Who? Of course you didn't. Is what it is. It's what it is. I don't want you to have to leave, babe. I don't want you to have to leave to do it. I can. I will just jump in with you guys. Just go. Down 2, 4 seconds left. Let's get the last shot. So, wait, really? He's like, said down to pickup. But I don't know. Why is it you your friend from I don't know. Lost two out of two in playoffs. And you had to move assistant.
That's what you guys are going.
Yeah.
I like the he's pushing it all, and I know it's working.
And honestly, you have like 1 second. Imagine if our entire playoff was buzzer beater. That's why you go. We weren't getting me. This one, no.
Tony.
You guys are going to 40 years old. How about the fact that Snowflake came up there and
I want England. Dude. Your buddy's got it.
Have a big. That's fair.
it looks so like the best game I ever played. They just throw taking Giddy with
Your key. Junior. Yeah, I was.
we hit four.
I swung, hit him on the chin a couple times, and he was like, "Still with you." So, the culture thing, everything we could possibly, everything I could possibly dream, and was that everything, and I mean everything. I mean,
No, shot like two.
toe to toe.
Here we go.
We like got tough a couple times, and then
We're saying, how to be easy.
so
Yeah, twinning.
they at the end of the day, and I was like,
But it picked up all the time.
that's all I'm gonna. That's all we want to do. It's gonna address every factor. What's
You guys don't have to pop up.
what would make you think that we would trust? But tell me how we would see the trust. You say
It was,
it is nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. I know you can't, but you can't.
if there's that
Perceive it to be one way.
Oh, yeah.
All I can go with said if you guys are really friends, you're really friends. When it, was that said? Was that said? To an extent, to an extent, he's like, I disagree with the decision. And I told him I disagree. And I said, just tell me straight up, how did that conversation go? I disagree.
I didn't really.
I should finish up.
Oh. When we're in 45,
No, hell no.
where does the
It's nothing wrong with 30. There's one thing. He did not. One thing is he said, and I look, that's his bullshit, right? Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. At the end of the day, he doesn't. So when you because I said you probably don't like it, but I do this to you in your office, and he's like, I know, but it's worse. And in the end, see that guy said, He's done. I was like, say, well, I understand your job. I understand everything. All I was, all I was, the three of us. Oh yeah, I really, really do. And I need this. I need this because I need guys. I am 100%. I got whatever you do to that. And let's do this. So, and I said, that's usually anybody. But it doesn't. That's what I said.
It's intuitive.
He's like, I love watching this because I'm a strategist. My wife. Worse than the
5 hours on the
and not knowing
the guys.
like you where and they it's like dude it's like you're to me it's, there's no game. It's either one side or the other. What's that? He was a cop first to that'd be the first time he's dead. It's different. Oh, it's different. See them struggling. You yes, everybody in the middle. And I didn't know how it was all taken out. I had no clue how it was all. I tell you what, I heard someone here. He showed peace. No one became her.
That is the goal for
You can take that to the bank. He's like, you want to know? How about going to chastise to you? It's like, you don't believe I would do that? Yes.
yeah, that's what it's right all the time.
No. Child does that. The money is yeah. Correct. Yeah. It's all your house. It's all. And I told him it's all your house. It's not but it's all your house. You're the daddy of this house. You're the daddy. Daddy. Like, yes, that's what he said. His eyes, his eyes are silver dollar already. Like his eyes. When I started laying out my conversation, conversations at MJ and basically that was poisoning the well. You should see. He looked pissed. He looked angry. He's like, that is 80% thing. I'm not going to speak to yay or nay where it is, but I had to look in. This is all good to me. I didn't think that's the case. So I hope so. You can find what answer? Dogs go and say you guys don't got it.
I'll tell you, Luke had Steph. He's crazy, but I think he's gonna be. Like a 1.5, 10,
I just don't say, I know it's not going to be complicated, but I need you to like be a person. Like I need you to not.
I think
And you have to find a way to kind of let this go. You can't turn this into. You can't turn this into.
like
You don't want none of that. Like,
he learns how to move fresh.
slow.
He's got
Not as young anymore. He's got one of he ain't faster still. Yeah.
Keep in mind that. I hope you just say felt that. I don't think big things. I love to do this.
We start.
Like, it's getting some pretty good team.
It's a lot to get them all seated.
Goes a lot.
Guys, we're gonna get started. If you'll take your seat, you'll get paid with the link.
Russians. I tell you right.
You right? Okay, we're good to go.
Of course they.
About a 3 or
I think that. I like that. I like the snaps. I guard.
We got table over here, there, wherever you guys want to find seat.
Luke, we talked about that. Wow. It's actually pretty interesting. You know, I think. Well, this series is pretty good.
Is there a clear if I drop it open?
On the floor?
On, more importantly on 10.
or who's ever talking?
I gotta go there. Keep it open a little bit.
No, you're good, Ted.
Well, hey, we're going to get this started, guys. Obviously, this is very, very informal. Obviously, we're still waiting on a couple of staffs to get here. I know they're coming out here to Waddle from the West Valley, dealing with that traffic. It's no joke, you know. So we just got to have a little grace where that's concerned. But hey, let me give you a little history on this. We started this last year, and we started with football. So I want to apologize. If you look at the T-shirt, Mr. Luke gave me a hard time being that I'm a football guy. He said, what's with this gridiron stuff? I said, you know what, Luke? I will own that. I just switched out the basketball. Didn't even think about the gridiron. But the T-shirts already went to print. But hey, I love basketball. Just so you know, I love basketball. But in all seriousness, guys, how this got started is once I took the district, I played director job, and I went around and I'm watching. And I'm not just looking at the X and O's. I'm just watching how we play and how we compete in all sports. And what I noticed, depending on what school you was at, what program, especially at the lower level, the coaching was very different, was drastic. And I'm like, you know what? We need to create an environment where when we're competing against one another, hey, let's compete. Everything that comes along with that. But when we're not competing, let's learn from each other. So that's what we're trying to do is create an environment where we can clinic each other, we can grow, our kids can get to know each other, we can play and have fun. So all I'm asking you to do though is say when young people in the back, I talk to you guys, when you get out on that court tomorrow, we want to do it a certain way, right? We want to coach a certain way. Just keep that in mind. You know, but hey, let's learn from each other, let's get better, let's support one another. I'm gonna turn it over to Luke, because Luke is the basketball guy. And I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna learn and I'm gonna look forward to it.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you, Ted, for setting this all up and allowing this to happen. I think this is just an awesome event that you know, I'm looking forward to, and I hope our coaches and even the players over here are really looking forward to. A few things about tomorrow for the games. Thing one, there won't be concession stands for your teams tomorrow, so you might want to plan on having parents or kids bring water, Gatorades, snacks, because there won't be anything in the gym concession wise tomorrow. The other thing is we had a team back out on us that won't be there tomorrow, so we're going to have a few teams fill in. So if the schedule, it really only affects 3 games, so the schedule will change just a little bit. Nobody's times are going to change for games tomorrow, but Mason North won't be there, so we'll just fill in with a couple other teams. Everybody will still get their games at the times that you were originally scheduled for. Last thing about the games tomorrow, their third gymnasium, their scoreboard is not working right now, but we'll have a yeah, I think that if you could bring that, coach, just in case. I think they were going to do that, but we'll have a tabletop wheel there and make do with it. It'll be fine. They have a really nice facility over there, and it should be a really good day of games tomorrow. So just a few things about the event today. I'll leave it up to each speaker and coach to kind of dictate when they take questions. If coaches, if you want to field questions as you're going through your demonstrations and that, great. If you want to hold them to the end, I'll let you guys decide that and kind of run that like you want. But try to please stick to that time schedule as much as we can when you're speaking. And yeah, let's collaborate, ask those questions, and let's have a great event. Also, speakers, I'll let you guys kind of give your background. I don't want to shortchange or oversell you or whatever. But our first speaker is the head coach here at West Foothills. He's done a really good job with the program here. Coach Deacon.
Going on, everybody? Coach Deacon, the coach here at Alien at Fort Hill. So our thing here is kind of been the thing everywhere I've gone is we play fast. And by fast, we mean really fast. Our goal is always the games are a race to 100. We scored 100 5 times last season. I've had 2 teams in the past average over 95 points a game. High school regulation basketball. We averaged just over 80 last year, and that's the slowest one of my teams has ever been. We've really been changing the way that we play here. And in the first year, we had a lot of guys who really kind of fought that ideology. They didn't want to run, they wanted to walk it up, wanted to play very slow style of play. So we really were kind of fighting that. We started prioritizing skill set, shot making, and guys who were willing to buy into the system and play hard and play fast. So if you're familiar with what they call system basketball at all, it got originated with Coach Westhead from LMU back in like 1989 to 90. His LMU teams, they averaged about 120 points a game running this system. Since then, there's been a bunch of different iterations of it. It's somewhat popular at the Division III level, where a lot of teams there go to find and sub out subbing like every 90 seconds. I didn't like that system because I think as a player, it's really hard to get in the rhythm when you're subbing that way. So we're going to talk about how we do it here. We modeled a lot after what Westhead did at LMU. How we do it with really an 8-man rotation. We'll talk a little bit about our 1-for-2 subbing. And then the drills and things that we do to be what we call a true transition team. Because a true transition team, we believe that 7 seconds is our offense. We want a shot in 7 seconds. And we believe that that gets us fairly decent shots. Off the top of your head, who wants to make a guess what in the NBA, what is the offensive efficiency gap between a shot in the first 10 seconds and a shot in the last 18 seconds of shot clock?
0.4.
0.4?
0.4 points, 1.2 and 0.8, something like that.
Yeah. Okay. If you go into college basketball, I think it's the top 10 teams in offensive efficiency. Their average shot or their average possession is 17 seconds. And then it's 19 seconds or more for the rest of college basketball center. Okay, so one of the reasons I like playing fast, one, I think it's fun for the kids. All right, it gives me a lot more leeway as a coach to permit kids to shoot shots that they're comfortable with. And we'll get into kind of what we use for our shot criteria to help the kids decide like what's a good shot. Because a good shot is different for everybody. And then, so one, it's fun. 2, I think it does get you a lot of easy shots. Most teams don't run hard for 32 minutes straight. They just don't. And if you look at the evidence, teams that play faster, they tend to win more. It's not a fail-proof system. You can win anyway. You can do what Tony Bennett did and play really, really slow with 40-point games like you did in Virginia, or you can play like Coach Oates and be a top 10 team every year playing really fast. So it's not that one way is better than the other. We just believe this is the way we like to play. And we think we get a lot of easy shots out of it. Okay, so let's talk shot criteria. We decided that there's 4 parts of shot quality. And if you have 4 out of 4, it's a great shot. You should shoot that every single time. You have 3 out of 4, it's a good shot. Good shots are for good players. You got 2 out of 4, it's just a shot. Gotta be 50-50. Chances are you probably shouldn't have taken it, right? Those are what we would classify as like a deep jet shot. If you only have 1 of the 4, it's just a bad shot. You shouldn't be shooting. So the 4 things that we decided are these are the 4 qualities of a good shot. The first one is that you're in range. That's individual to the player. So if you're in range for you, that's first and foremost. If you're not in range, probably shouldn't shoot it at all. The second one is in rhythm. We want to be in range and we want to be in rhythm. If we're not in rhythm, we're probably not getting the next piece, which is balance, and it's probably not going to be a great shot. We want to be in range. We want to be in rhythm. We want to be on balance. That's that third one. Shots that are off balance, percentage drop. Steph Curry, if he has both feet set and shoots, shot 63% from 3, probably a couple of years ago. His shot percentage went down to 36% from 3. He was off balance. That's the best shooter in the world. You want to be in range, in rhythm, on balance, and that fourth piece is in space, right? And that's kind of our terminology for how contested was your shot. If your shot was contested, you're probably not in space. We want to have the space to shoot the ball. So if you've got 3 out of the 4 of those, it's probably a good shot. If you've got all 4 of those, we expect you to shoot it. And that's kind of how we decide what shot quality is here at West Foothill and playing in what we call 7 seconds or else for our offense. So we talked about playing fast. Now, talk about shot quality. So how do we get guys to play fast? So that's what we're going to kind of get into here. So let me get 5. So 5 guys to do it well. So give me Brody, Brennan, give me Blake, Derek, come on out, and Cole, come on out. Okay, so you can adjust this based off your personnel. If you've got guys that are, let's say, all shooters, which is kind of what we look like this year. We got a lot of skilled guys, really guard heavy. So we all go into more 5-out stuff when we get into that half-court setting. But you're gonna have to really play this with the 4. Last year we had Cam Lauer. Cam Lauer was a true big, played on the block. I was 20 and 10 for us, and we adjusted this to fit what he does. You can always adjust things to flow into whatever it is you want to do in the half court. Last year we went into a lot of flex action. In years prior, I've gone into a lot of pistols or drag ball screen stuff. It really depends personnel-wise what you do. This year we have a lot more guys that are a little higher skill as far as the ability to score the ball. Whereas last year, our point guard with a big pass first guy, he almost had a strangle him, but we didn't want to take a shot. Okay, so we'll play a little differently this year. It's how far as how we get things going versus last year, but the concepts are always the same. So the way we classify all the positions, we use a little bit different terminology here, and that's to speed things up. We want to play really fast, which means we want to take all the questions and all that thought process. We want to take that out for the players. So we said, let's make it really simple. Okay, so we don't have a point guard here. We have a lead guard. Okay, so our lead guard, his job is he's the playmaker. He should always be the person the ball gets inbounded to, unless he's right there by the ball, in which case he'll inbound it, and we do what's called a bulldog. The next most important guy is our trailer. They say Brody's going to trail. Brody played baseball. He can throw baseball passes as well. That's why he's going to do that. Trailer is the only person allowed to touch the ball out of the net. Nobody else should be touching the ball out of the net. Nobody else should be coming down to get the ball other than the lead. We want them getting up the court and getting up the court quick. We're taking all the questions out of it. Who here has issues at high school where ball goes through the net, they go to inbound it, and you've got 3 kids like this? All they can the ball. Okay? Right them nuts. So we decided we're going to exit that out. We're going to make it really simple. You have a job, and your job is to do your job every single time. Okay? Next position we're going to have is a shooter. Shooter's always going to run on the strong side. Our lead guard is right-handed, so our strong side is going to be running that right lane. No matter what, he is always going to run the right lane. It doesn't matter if he closes out on a shot here. If he's a shooter, he's going to take a beeline straight to that T intersection at half court, and then he's going to get up the lane to his side corner. Our next position is our slasher. Our slasher, we're going to do this time. They're going to run what we call being across the street. opposite side of our shooter and our strong side, he's gonna do the same thing. He will always run that left lane. Generally, if you've got a really athletic kid or a kid who's a really good transition finisher, we want to put them there. Okay? We didn't really have that the last couple of years here, so we really kind of ran with two shooters. We had both guys go in the corner, and then we ran pin down and stuff out of that. So we're gonna say to the corner, he's gonna run that slashing spot. Okay, and then after that, you've got your rim runner. Now you can run the rim runner as a big, you can run him as a guard. It doesn't really matter. It just depends what you want to do with your follow-on actions. Okay, if you like to run a lot of point forward stuff, like you like Princeton offense, if you like to run flex, so you're coming off of the flex screen to initiate everything, then you can run your big there. We'll run a shooter there this year, so you'll see that he'll run and then he'll peel out into pin down screens and get the shots that way. So he's gonna run rim to rim. Generally, we say the opposite slot of the lead guard, just so we got a little bit of an angle for that pass. Okay? So let's say you guys take off, run your lane, go, you guys straight down over your baseline. Now, the two most important things in playing fast are one, inbounding speed. Your inbounder's gotta be good. Okay, so let me see that ball. We teach our inbounders. And once that ball's through the net, yeah, don't miss this. Nice. Okay, we're catching that ball and we're going right, left, right, and we want a baseball pass and get it up the line on the go. If they cover it, which happens sometimes, he should be able to get here and then reset, and we'll hit a longer go the other way. For guards, for elite guards, we want to catch the ball as high as the defense is going to allow us. So if they're not pressuring us at all, we'll end up down the goal here. Oh. Upside in. Upside in. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna work on that. Like, we have to work on that. Okay. So we want to catch the ball as high as the defense is going to let us. Our lead guards are always in a free throw line sweep. When we play in practice, we treat the volleyball line like a baseline. So if they throw the ball in here, it's out of bounds. Turnover. Okay? And you can do that wherever you want. And we do that to try to teach our guys, like, if you can get open this close, you can get open here. It's a mentality thing. You've got to learn how to treat the free throw line like a baseline. So we're always going to free throw line sweep. If we want to run across, catch it here, so we can go right up our slot. If we don't get it here, we're going to plant off our outside foot, change our angle, now we're going to cover this and go this way, and we can go on this side, and I can run all my actions going this way. Okay? These guys all run their lane. For our rim runners, if you follow on action, again, you can run whatever you want. So once he runs rim, for us, because we're very guard heavy, we'll tell him he can go either way, and he's going to use one of these guys at the screen, whether they're sending one or not. So he'll come down, he wants to go this way, he's not paying attention. No, I'm not paying attention. He won't. Okay. He'll just use it, and he'll just cook it, and he'll come right back up this way. Okay, if he wants to go that way, we can do the same thing. If you want to have him touch and come up into drag ball screens, if you're going to pick a roll program, you can do that. Okay, whatever you want to do to make it quick. Again, we're just trying to we want our first things to be automatic and just based off of triggers. Just base it off triggers so that we can get into things quickly. We want to keep rim pressure, and we want to keep the ball going down a hill, as we like to say. Okay, so come on down. So what they're going to do right now is they're going to run what we call cycles. This is the most important drill you'll do if you want to play fast. Half our practice will be running cycles. Our goal, we're going to start with 7-second shot. So that's what we do. Everybody's going to get a layup. The rules are pretty simple. No one is allowed to push the ball out the net except for the lead guard or the trailer. If the lead guard grabs it, he'll flick it into the trailer, and the trailer will dump it right back off for him. And we just call that bulldog. So you'll hear us yell bulldog, bulldog, bulldog. Other than that, nobody else touches the ball at the net. Trying to take the ball as high as we can flat us, making good accurate passes, and everybody's thinking right. Okay. I'll count it down from 7, and if they get 7, we'll do it again, and we'll keep them getting 6. When you get really, really good, you should be able to get 5 trips up and down in 25 seconds, all with made legs. Okay? All right. We are going to say if you miss it, we're treating it like a line of miss, so it's out there and does. If you miss it, which you won't. Don't make it start that. Okay, rules are everybody's got to touch the paint, because we're going to gain rebound here. So everybody gets touch the paint on the shot, you have to let it go like ready. 10, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That way to get the grip. Okay, so those are the cycles. That's kind of our baseline. We don't do 3-man weave here or any other real warm-up drill. That's kind of we're getting guys primed and ready to go. Okay, you can also run the same drill where everybody gets a 3. So you crush out the 3. If they miss it, they replace in the top. They get a second attempt at it. If they miss that one, you lay it up and keep going. Okay, and then you can adjust the time. But generally, we'll set a clock for 30 seconds. Run the cycles. I'll count them down. Goal is we want to try to get down to 25 seconds for that whole drill. Okay. All right. So next thing we're going to do. That's a really good drill for your trailers. The next piece is lead guard's got to get the ball up quick. Sometimes that pass isn't there. So to have a 7-second offense, we say we got to get the ball 2 to 3 in 3. So we need to be able to get the ball to our scoring side 3-point line in the first 3 seconds. And that gives us 4 to score for a 7-second offense. Okay, we can run an action in 4 seconds, especially if it's something we have that's automatic. We can easily get into dribble handoffs and get into pistol actions. We can also very easily, if we want to flash the post across, we can get into an early split action with the lead guard in the trailer. There's a lot of things you can get into really quickly off of whatever we can do with that first pass. Okay, but we want to give ourselves 4 seconds for an action. So we want to get from 3 to 3 in 3 seconds. So this is a drill we do to work on that.
No, but I'm a wanderer.
Okay. All right, so for this drill, it's all about getting the guys to go as fast as they can. Gonzo, can you go to clock for me? Set the clock in 3 seconds. Okay. So as soon as he catches the ball, you're going to start the clock. He's got 3 seconds to lay it up at the other end. Yep, you're all going to go through. Ready? On the day. Don't leave room. Go. Oh, gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go fast. Gotta be quick, ready? You don't be running. You don't be running. Here we go. Push. You don't be running too. Push. Okay, now give me 2.7. What? Okay, 2.7. I'm going to do a slight lead. Okay, that ball's going to bounce right at that volleyball line. You got 2.7 seconds. Again, but we're trying to go at a speed that's uncomfortable for the players. Because if we can make this feel comfortable to them, the defense is feeling uncomfortable the whole game. Yeah, you go on the bounce. Ready? Now. Push. Forward. You gonna get this one? Yeah. 53. You fast enough for that? Okay, we'll see. Nope. Oh, that's Charlie. Push. Nope. Those are the two pieces, right? So the last thing we do is we're going to do everything in transition. We really aren't going to do hardly anything on the half court side because it really is it's a mentality on playing fast. The turn and go quick. Okay, Calipari talked about it. We called it the first five. Your first 5 steps and the first 5 seconds. Those are the most important parts of playing in transition. So to do that, we got to get guys used to playing really quick. Okay, so you do 4 for 1 out. Go blue. Okay, so what we're going to do is they're going to run a cycle down to this side. When they come back, they're going to go 5-on-4 on the defense. We're giving them an advantage in numbers. We do this 5-on-5 in practice usually. We can do a 5-on-4. It's actually nice because if you can go a little bit of an advantage to the offensive side, you can reinforce the offensive rebounding. And then they're also going to be able to reinforce them getting downhill and finding the advantage to score, which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to do it quick. Okay. So, gray, you're going to run your cycle. Blue, you're against the wall. Okay. You can pass it to whoever you want to score. Everybody's got to touch the paint. When the ball crosses half court, the defense is going to sprint and touch half. Gray will already be turning around and coming this way, and that's how we kind of stimulate that transition of the defense moving back to this waiting off. You guys ready? Okay. 5 cycles. 5-4. Ready? 7, 6, 5, 4, and 3, 2, set. Do it again. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. Shooting Maria. Good. Wide open. Are you in rhythm? We got balance? You have to sit on the way. Were you in space? No. If you guys know, you weren't in space, were you? Hey, look. Hey, swing. Go a long way, right on the nest. Ready? If they're open, they're ahead of you. They automatically take the ball. They're open and they're ahead of you. They always get the ball. Go. I'm coming. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. That's an okay one. Good. Last one. What do you got to yell in the trailer? Yeah, you got to yell trailer. Especially if you have somebody who can shoot the ball in that trail spot. As you see, that whole defense collapses flat. As soon as you push it downhill. Trailing's going to walk into easy threes all day, especially if you got a guy that's really shooting like that. Ready? 7, 6, 5, 4, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Okay, good job, guys. Go ahead. Take your seat. Okay, so that's kind of the gist of how we'll do practices. And then we'll go into our secondary action. So if we're doing 7 seconds on our normal cycle, when we get into secondary break, we make it 9 seconds. So instead of going up and down to 30, now they have 45 seconds to get 5. Okay, so we can come down and you can add whatever you want that flows into how you come down. So if you like to do Princeton stuff, you can go into your Princeton stuff. And if you like to go dribble drive out of your 4 out, 1 in, you can do that. Really doesn't matter. So we'll run cycles with our secondary options and then do the same thing. So they'll come down 5-on-0 in the break, and then they'll come down and they'll run an option. And then we come down 5-on-0 on the break, and we come down and we run an option. So our whole practices are full court, everything. Okay? The last thing we'll do, we're not gonna do it today because we're gonna get short on time, but we'll have them play. We call it full court, half court. So we'll have one team that's working on their half court defense, sitting down and guarding, playing the gaps, all that good stuff. And then the other team's working on half court offense, essentially. Still playing quick, but what are the actions that are automatic actions we want to get into? And then as soon as it's a rebound and the ball goes in, they're going on break. So you have a team playing transition defense and a team playing transition offense. And then we reset. Or we'll say down, back, and down again, and then we'll reset. It's really just that mentality, simplifying things for the kids, and then being really, really disciplined about they have to do it the right way. You know, we tell guys all the time, there is a huge difference between running here as the wing, whether you're the shooter or the slasher, and running here. It's just a huge difference on the spacing. Who did it a couple times? I know Derek did it once. Who else ran like right here and had to catch a pass on the outside this way the other night? Madden? Okay. And if you were just have gone to the outside, then you've been able to do that pass. Yeah, you're able to turn and look out for the layup instead of having to be this way and now turn, locate the defense and everything else. So all the little details really matter. Just making it simplified and then push the break, push the break, push the break. The last thing that we do is when we scrimmage with a 7-second shot clock. And it's really, really hard as a coach because it gets really sloppy early on. But what you'll see that the kids start naturally doing is they start inbounding the ball really high at the court. And they start turning and running really fast because they only have 7 seconds. So it'll start with like your point guard's taking every shot and he's probably shooting it from 35 feet because he hasn't learned to really advance the ball yet. And his teammates haven't learned to get wide and set early screens to get guys open early. And then as the season goes along and you're drilling this and you're playing with a 7-second shot clock, all of a sudden you're getting 2 or 3 passes in within 7 seconds because you're getting that inbound, you're getting one up the court, and you're probably getting a quick action all in 7 seconds, and the kids start to naturally pick up that pace, and then it starts translating into the games. So that's really kind of the gist of what we'll do here. Any questions about methodology, technique, or anything else that we do?
Defensively, how do you have a system that encourages the other team to play fast?
Yeah, so we'll press full court the whole game. So we'll run 4 different presses. Kind of have different versions of on presses and off presses. Okay. The one you'll see us do a lot that, like my teams have gotten kind of well known for out here, is what we call our 40 press. So we don't put anybody on the inbounder. We have a guy who's deep, and his job is basket protection. He'll be as deep as the furthest guy out. And then the other 4 are all in face guard to 9. And we'll rep that out, really face guard to 9. If they get the ball in front of you, we run. And the idea is we want them to pass over the top. And then we're chasing. So that trap turns into ball goes over the top. The guy whose man caught the ball, he's running on his inside, digging on this side to keep that ball sideline. And then the closest guy to the ball is going to come trap. And the whole idea there is we're trying to make the other team also shoot in 7 seconds. Because what we found is coaches do it all the time. They go, well, we're not going to run with it. Like that was you. Like I probably should run with it. We'll win by 20 or lose by 20, but the score is going out. Like we're going to play fast. And it's business, but we play teams that are just better than us. And you're going to lose if teams just better than you. That's kind of the case most of the time. But what we did find is that teams that we really, if we played normal style, might have been like a 15 or 20 point loss. We found that we were either closer in those games or we were winning those games if we were able to maintain our pace. Because our guys play like this all the time. So in the fourth quarter, we're still pressing. We're still pushing the pace. And our guys still have the legs to shoot. We shoot a ton in practice. Our players will easily get 100 shots up each in practice within the drills and doing things like that. But other teams, they're going to get those same early shots that they were hitting early in the game, and they don't have their legs. They take the fish short, and then we're able to get out and go. We tend to have really big fourth quarters and really big like middle and second quarters, we tend to go on runs. And that's because that's when the gap kind of comes into play. But yeah, to answer your question, we'll full deny and then chase the ball, try to push them into shooting it early so that we can maintain pace. And then it just really takes off other coaches when they can't run their stuff. Like some coaches really get upset when they can't run their sets. Our goal is nobody should be able to run their offense. We're dictating the pace here. We've been pretty successful at that for the most part. So, great question. Anything else? No. All right. Oh, good.
What's your philosophy on offensive rebounding?
Okay, so we lose out on it sometimes, but we traditionally haven't been big. So even when I was coaching on the national prep team, like I played like 2 or 3 guys at a time with 5'9". I mean, we played Arizona Compass Prep, or Ty Washington on their senior night. We gave them 80. We lost 110-80, but we gave them 80. Okay, that was the #1 team in the country. Montberg scored 45 against them to kind of put it into comparison. Their coach even came up after, like, we couldn't even play any of our back 5 guys who all D1 commits because they just couldn't stick with the pace. We had to literally run with all of our NBA guys to stick with it. So, as far as rebounding goes, we will always gain rebound. We're going to set 5 to the glass every time. Now, if we have a team that's really good at turning and going, especially if they're really dominant on the glass, so they can win the rebounding game most of the time and they can kick out to a guard and go, we might only send 4 to the offensive glass and push 1 back. But we're not super worried about it. We'll generally gain rebound because we like to double team off of the other team's defensive rebounds. So if we miss and they get that rebound, we want to double that right away. And that kind of slows down their break a little bit and get a lot of steal down too. But yeah, we're always going to send 5 to the glass. And because we shoot a lot of jump shots, we don't really rebound like at the rim. We always teach our guys, if you've ever heard of the old like triangle rebounding theory, we will tell our guys we're going to the blocks about where the letters are, and like the second or third hash is where we want to go when the shot goes up. So we get a lot of long rebounds because we shoot so many jumpers. So especially with offensive rebounding, we're really trying to fill those spots, and then we find that the long rebounds puts everyone out. Part of playing this way is you got to get about a third of your available offensive rebounds to maintain pace and then win the game playing this way. Yeah. Anything else? No. All right. Well, thank you guys for your time.
Before we have our next speaker come up, just a couple more things, coaches, about tomorrow's game. So just so everybody's clear, our game's tomorrow at the Estancia. I think I said that right, not the Estancia. One of the Estancia, the Estancia. They have, like I said, 3 beautiful gyms, so we'll be over there tomorrow for the games. The other thing is, I try to get a hold of everybody with an email, just saying that when your teams are not playing, when you're taking your rest, your break in between games, if you could just have a couple kids that are somewhat responsible help with running the scoreboards for the games, that would be a big help. We're not paying people to do that, so we'll need each program to chip in when you're not playing to help out with the scoreboards. So that's for tomorrow. Our next speaker, Coach Hamburg from Ironwood. Looking forward to him talking about AI and end of game situations. So Coach Hamburg, come on up.
Stay in the middle, right?
Stay in the middle.
Don't be right.
I'm Coach Hamburg. Been at Alien Ironwood for going on 11 years now. Most I was assistant. I did my 4th year as head coming this next year. So I've been there. School's been around 12 years. Been there all but the first year. That's a quick background on me. When Coach Security asked me to speak, I was like, I don't know what to speak about. I've got a lot of good coaches here. What am I going to speak about? Right? And there's me, offense, defense, side, SFPs. What am I going to talk about? Well, my regular job, I'm an IT guy. I'm an IT nerd during the day. All right, so about AI, right? So obviously the buzzword in the education space, which most of us are. So raise your hand if you've used AI in any form at all, whether it's, what do you use it for?
I just use it.
Either.
Yeah, I just use it to compare different guitars. I'm kind of evaluating things, strengths, weaknesses.
What do you use it for?
when Charter One tries to waste my time with curriculum, I can just throw in what I already do and it can spit out Danielson framework or some whatever Charter One person they just hired that wants to be cool. I can just throw in whatever that smoker or whatever type of teaching format, and I could take what I already do and spit out what they want me to do with busy work.
Awesome. Anybody else? I'll get to that. I mean, correct. I'm pretty sure it's true with Google. Google Education, you guys should get Gemini for free. If you guys don't have a paid version of Gemini, you should get that for free. So if you don't do that, you don't utilize it, utilize it. I know there's ChatGPT and other ones, but you get Gemini for free. That's a really good product to use. Something they have is called a gem. Does anybody use a gem? Does anybody know what a gem is? This might be something that's good for all of us. So a gem is basically predefined scope of work, right? Like say doing a coach evaluation, right? Well, what's the criteria? Well, we're all going to have something very similar for do our evaluations for the players, coaches. You can build that ahead of time, and then once someone builds it, you can share it. We can all use it together, right? So how do we use it? Well, once you get your gem, all you do is, type in your coach. Don't say names. We'll get in the PIA in a minute. Just say, you start talking about it. Does that be clean sentences? Doesn't have to be specific. Just say some 2 or 3 positive things, coach. Something that needs to work on, and then let it the magic do its work. It'll spit out within, 30 seconds, a whole evaluation. All right, it's quick. It's easy. Otherwise, you do that by hand, it's going to take you a while. It's going to take you 15, 20, 25 minutes, depending on how detailed you want to be, how much you want to put into it. But then 30 seconds, boom, done. Player evaluations. Exact same thing. You have the criteria ahead of time. Type in the player, type in what they're good at, what they need to improve on. Maybe it's, exit interview for the end of the season, right? Hey, this is what you're really good on. Here's what you need to work at. You just, again, 30 seconds, done. That's a gem, and they're all shareable. We come up with gems on our own. Hey, coach, I really like that. Can you send it to me? Sure, share it. You have it. You can change it because there's like instructions. So you can go there and tailor it to exactly what you want to use it for. Say, offensive rebounding's kind of there, not there, but for something over here, offensive rebound is huge, right? So all your players do offensive rebounds, right? Evaluate that. How are you on offensive rebounds? It'll tell you kind of where you're at and what you need to work on, right? So it's kind of basically what a gem looks like. Really cool. I use it in my work all the time. I do staff evaluations. We have the district gives us that. We use that. My boss usually takes 2 months to do it. We did our entire staff in a week, just for how much time saver that was for us. So it's a really awesome tool. I highly recommend it. With that, I'm going to talk about PII. We got to be careful when you're using AI to not do PII. So anything that can identify somebody is you don't want to put into the AI tool, right? So we all have jersey numbers on Max Preps, right? Don't use the jersey number. They know your school. They know the jersey number of the kid. Now they can identify who that kid is. Usually people talk about PII. We're like, oh, first name, last name, social, birthday, all that stuff. Well, it's also any way you can be identified. So numbers is a big one for us coaches. Don't use a number. So what do you use instead? Player A, guard, player B, center, player C, forward, whatever, something like that, right? So it's very generic when you're feeding into the system. Just so that way it doesn't get out there. You're not feeding the model stuff that you shouldn't be feeding. Does that make sense? Is there any questions on that? On PII?
What does PII mean?
Personal identifiable information. Good question. Any other question? All right. So how do you use AI? I was going to go down when I first started using it. I was in practice one day. I was like, shoot, I forgot to do what I wanted to do today. I was meant to come up with end-game situations. I was like, well, don't tell my president, right? When kids got to drink their water. Real quick, I just typed in end-game situations. 2 minutes to go, right? I didn't get it. That's all I said. Gave me, I want to say it was about 4 different scenarios. I was like, oh, wow, that was really fast. And these are actually pretty darn good. And I didn't get any information, really. So as I was going down this rabbit hole of AI, I was like, well, it's pretty broad. Let's when we brought this out, not just in-game situations, but for, in general, how to use it and get out of what you want. So if you've used it, how many times you used it, if you're like, oh, that was crap, I'm not going to use it again, right? A lot. It's not just the AI model, it's just how we interact with it. You have to ask the good questions. You have to be specific, right? If you say, give me a play. Well, it's going to probably give you a play from 1995, 3 out, 2 in. Who wants to do that, right? That's not going to help us trying to play 7 seconds or less, right? Kind of help. Give it what you want. I'm Coach Stuckey. I'm an elite high school coach. So tell who you are. Tell what they're working with. This is who I am. You're telling it what you are. Tell what you want to do. I want you to tell me, give me a 35-second less than the game situations. I want to do it from either I'm ahead or behind. Whatever your situation you want to work on that day or wherever you're kind of deficient in your mind. Put that in there. And then constraints. Do they have the constraints you want to put on it? Put it in there. And now you're going to get a very detailed and you're like, okay, that's exactly what I want. Or it's close. So if it's close, what do you do? Very okay, you respond back to it. That was close, but change this. It'll keep what you had, change what you had, and you can kind of mold it to what you actually got in your mind. It's kind of it's a fun, freaky type of thing. You're like, I didn't really tell it that. I didn't know what I was thinking, right? You just give it some information, it knows what to do. It's got a lot of data points I was pulling from. So I have a paperwork I can hand out later if you'd like to have it. It's already got the prompts for you. Just copy it, paste it in Gemini, play with it. Biggest thing I say is just play with it. It's fun, it's addicting. The better the prompt, which is how you ask the questions, the better your answers are going to be. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? I know AI, like I'm in IT, every conference I go to, it's AI. Every meeting we go to, AI. How are we gonna handle this district? AI. So it's kind of gets overwhelming. But once you kind of just narrow and focus it down on what's going to help you. So why am I kind of bringing this up? We all wear a lot of hats. As head coaches, we wear a ton of hats. After kind of get some time back, this is going to get you 2-3 hours back in your time. You don't have to kind of fumble through, take those late nights. Wife's getting mad at you because you're scouting or writing reports or whatever it is that you do. How about you get some of that time back? Just by letting AI, let the machine do the work. You put in what you need, let the machine spit it out. It's saved a lot of time, a lot of good stuff, a lot of stuff I didn't think about, right? I'll give you an answer, like, oh, that's a good thought, I didn't really think about that. Let me use what you gave me, which I didn't think about, and kind of bullets what, now my mind's going. Now your mind just keeps going, right? So you keep going on, that's why I said it's kind of an addiction thing. I'll sit there and do it, and now really like, oh, that was a quick hour. It's better than, doom scrolling like to do. Any analytic heads in the house? Anybody love analytics? So what you can do, you go on Max Preps. If they have stats, you go to stats. You can take a season, you can take a game, you can take the last 3 games, doesn't matter. Go to stats, copy, paste everything in there, paste it in there. Just raw data. Say, hey, give me a scout report. Based off that data. It'll tell you who the top scorers are, who likes to shoot, who likes to rebound. I was like, let me put this to the test. So obviously, one of our region opponents, Ben Franklin, we play all the time. I know them super well. It's like, I want to put it to the test. I want to see how good this program is. So I put their last 2 games of their playoffs this last season. I took all of them. Threw it in there. And within 30 seconds, their scouting report was, I'd say, probably 95% accurate. The only thing that wasn't quite as accurate, because I knew them so well, is one of their best players didn't shoot well. They say he doesn't shoot a lot of threes, which he didn't. But if you don't know his talent sphere, he's their best player. But the stats wise, in those 3 games, he wasn't the best player. It was actually somebody else. And we're like, oh wow, I didn't really realize that kid was dominating the way he is. 30 seconds. How long does it take us usually to scout, do film, back-to-back nights? It's hard to do both teams at once, right? You just need a quick snapshot. Give me an idea. Give me something to go off of where I don't have to spend 2, 3, 4 hours. Break it down film. Go to the stats. It's right there, guys. What I use it for, I was messing around, I was talking with Coach Ack, one of my assistant coaches. Say, hey, check this out. I took our stats. You can do it from Huddle, Max Preps. I took our stats from the last 5 games. I threw it in there. Hey, compare our team to the better programs in the country at high school level. Where do we stack up in rebound percentage, offensive rebound percentage, free throws, turnovers, that sort of thing? And it broke it all down. Tells you this is how good it is. That's all I asked for, right? It broke down where we were. It broke down the average of all high schools, and it broke down the elite programs and kind of what the percentages are. You're elite, you're this percentile, you're kind of average with everybody else, you're this percentile in each category. All just by going quick pace. It took me a minute to do 5 games. Obviously, I looked at it and see, you know, we know my team. We looked at it like, that's pretty darn accurate. What also told me, kind of spit back at me was, coach, your team, is how can I talk to you, coach, your team starts off really slow. Your second unit seems to come in and be better. By the end of the game, you're actually better than you were in the first quarter. So now you're kind of, so as a coach, you're already thinking, all right, if I have this in real time, what's the first thing through your head? So obviously there's a couple things you can do. A, look at your starting lineup. Am I starting the right guys? Do I need to switch that up? Do I need to switch up my sub pattern? Do I need to have a better pregame warm-up to make sure we're ready to go to start the first quarter? Stuff we don't really think about, we can kind of see in the peripheral, but there's no hard data to show me that, right? This shows you hard data. Like, here's your stats. Here's where you land. You do what you want at that point. You want to change it? You want to maybe look a little closer at it? It's kind of up to you, right? I'll take a minute here. Is there any? I'll take questions whenever. So I can stop. Make sure everybody's got questions. Yes, sir.
I can't believe I never thought of this, some of these things. So like, I've never used it as a basketball tool. But if you were to say like, hey, give me a late game side out of bounds for a 3 with 3 seconds on the clock, I would spit something out like that for you as well too, like an ATO or things like that.
It'll send you a YouTube link to play the grand probably.
Yeah,
Really?
they'll send YouTube links. And here's what's cool about it too, is I just learned recently they'll do that. But say they're using a certain terminology, but you use a different terminology, it'll change your terminology to what the video has to what you actually use.
In the past, so if you type something in a certain terminology, it'll correct it for that without you prompting it. That's
If you keep it off, so you got to keep. So you can turn the AI off so it doesn't, track you. But if you keep it tracking so your conversations, that's exactly it'll do. It's like I said, it's mind blowing. So I said I just playing around.
and it'll bring that video up.
Yeah.
So if I say, give me that play, pick up for 8 or 3 seconds, it'll just automatically put it. That's the situation, the video attached.
Yeah, it's usually either.
What's the danger of it? PDII? I mean, what's the danger of that? Is there somebody that can access your Gemini or your?
So it's a hard question. So in the background, there's a lot of machine work going on. That's where all the stuff goes into. Well, that has access. Everybody has access to that. They all use up different things, right? So if you put information in there, that just means that somebody in the world could use it for bad. They find it. So if you put the information out there, they know who you are, or they know your kids. They know where you live. That's why you want to keep it pretty vague as you can. Sometimes you'll slip up. You're like you take a document. Say you take a document from work, put it in there just to spit something out. And then later on, you have a conversation. Well, as a coach of Melee Iron, you're like, whoa, where did I put that in there? Like, you gotta kind of be careful. The good thing with Gemini is you can actually, it'll keep you safe in the fact that it won't share your information with the actual model. You're not training a model in the background. It actually just houses it within here, and it doesn't ever leave the Gemini education. So that's what's nice about Gemini. So I kind of want to point that out. Gemini, it stays contained. If you use ChatGPT, use any of the ones, use Gemini, but not with the district, then it's going to, that information is helping train a model. So that's just helping train that model. That can pick up potentially by bad actors at some point.
Gemini better than Gemini is safe. Okay, Gemini is relatively safe.
They're all relatively safe as long as you use the right way.
You want to put personal information.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Like I said, sometimes it happens like Gemini, it's kind of has some barriers in the education world. It doesn't use the information to train the model. So you're a little bit safer in that sense. Copilot, if there's any Microsoft people in here, Copilot does the same thing. It's education. Your other education's got like a little shield. You have that shield and it's inside of you. It's not going to help train any models. It's stuck within your information. So it won't help train your models.
Are NBA teams using this type of stuff, AI?
Not even I guarantee they are.
I can answer one on those.
Go ahead.
So I've got a buddy at University of Florida, and his job is he is running an AI live in games to determine the outcome of the potential probability if they challenge a certain call. because they only get whatever it is, one challenge in the game, and they don't want to blow it. And his job is to determine which plays the most valuable one that's going to turn the tide of the game. So the model of AI they're using is pretty much play by play, running the game, and it'll highlight like that's a play you should challenge because that will turn the tide of the game potentially. So they're using it for different things. I've used it on like almost a reverse scouting report. I plugged in things for teams coming up, like I'll plug all their stats for the last 5 games or against teams that I think are similar to us, like play base, and I'll say find me trends for when this team loses. Like what is the thing that's always happening when they lose? And sometimes we'll find that it's like a certain player doesn't shoot well. So cool. So like then that should be a priority for us to how to make sure he has a bad shooting night. But yeah, you can use it pretty extensively, especially on the type and level of AI that you'll plug in for it.
So as you go along, like at first you're gonna be asking pretty generic questions, and you're like, it's close. So they need to get more specific. I said that's why I have a paper that tells exactly. The more you tell them what you want it to be. So don't think of AI as you're not Google searching. Don't think of it like that. What is it? It's like an admin assistant, if you will. You know, it's the acronym I was going to use, I forgot it. But it's basically just a personal assistant. Hey, why don't you go do this for me, please? And go do it. You're not searching Google. It's not like a question answer. It's a conversation. It's a task-oriented thing, right? Does that make sense? You just think as a personal assistant. That's all it is. Right in your pocket. As you walk around, you're thinking somewhere, boom, put it in. Literally, guys, it'll take you less than a minute. You know, from the time you start typing to the time you get an answer, it'll be about a minute. You have everything you need. It's crazy. It's crazy. Mine, I don't know, I see some here, he's like, what? No, why did I retire already?
I know.
Right?
What do you
Going back. Like I said, one of the big uses I said earlier is, evaluations just takes a long time. Something as talking with some district people here, we can all come up as coaches, come up with something similar for our coaches, and we can share out, save all of us time, do those for player evals. It's probably be the same. The more we get the same, we can tailor it to each school exactly, what you want. But if you can do that, I think it's gonna help us all out in a lot of different ways. And if one person builds it, sends it out, then once you get it, you can tweak it how you want. That doesn't really apply because my philosophies and principles are different. Let me just tweak a little bit of it, and now you have it in your gym forever. Just use it, plug in. Like I say, you can literally, I'll just do it myself, right? Here's my criteria. Here's what I said by myself. I'll just be usually pretty honest. I hate public speaking. That's why doing this here is kind of funny. I hate it, but I know I gotta do it. Doesn't like public speaking, good math nerd, just bald, blah, 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 right? It'll spit out nice little things based off of that information and what it is about you. You look at it, you're like, oh, that's pretty accurate. So it's just the power of the machine, power of the information behind it, calculate stuff that we just as humans can't calculate that fast. Can't calculate stats. Like stats, it's unreal. We're like, whoa, that's kind of mind opening, kind of scary, but at the same time, very fun. Especially basketball coaches, the strategy, especially for your stat sets. Like it's fun. You get into it, you'll be like I said, you're before you know it, we're gonna be an hour deep in this conversation. I call it conversation because they'll refer to you, hey coach, they kind of make it personal. They know you're a coach. Hey coach, or hey, I'm a IT guy, hey IT guy, just so you know, blah blah blah. And as you go along, it kind of it'll give you what you're asking for, and a little bit extra. But I hate that it does that because a little bit extra makes it go this far. You just keep going. It's weird. Unless you start experiencing it, you're going home talking about. Once you get going, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Like I said, I got a paper over there. If you guys want to get copy, you just copy and paste it. Type it up.
Is there one platform like ChatGPT or Gemini? I know there's other ones that we found that are better for basketball specifically or not with it.
Right now, I've only used Gemini because I get it for free.
Yeah.
I would say stay away from Copilot. I think it's terrible. Unless you're doing very Microsoft specific thing. Chat does really well when it comes to numbers and stuff. Claude's a big spot. I know we're probably like, what are we guys talking about? So I wouldn't say there's one specific one right now. Because I just going to use Gemini because we have it. I would have to play the more. What you can do is take both of them, put both prompts in both AIs, and see which one aligns more what you were thinking. and see how and play with that one. I know there's overall there's Gemini's good at this, ChatGPT's better at this, Claude's better at this. It just kind of depends on basketball specifically. They're all probably pretty good.
So for AIs in basketball, you're starting to see more of them develop. There's one called Hoop AI, which is actually for players. So your players can turn on Hoop AI, turn on the camera, and they can go shoot around and work out, and it'll break down the shots. It'll tell them like you're shooting flat today. It'll tell them you need to be doing work on this drill, and this drill. It'll fix the footwork when you're coming off of in down and left lane. Like it's pretty crazy, especially on the player development side. Hoop AI specifically, it's a really good tool you can advise the players to use. The first time I saw it was actually 3 days ago. My brother was showing how his breaking his workout down for him, and it was literally giving him feedback on things he needed to do. It's like a coach's eye for the player without a coach being there. So you're starting to see more things develop. They're able to see things live, and then the AI's working on the backside to break it down.
So funny story of that. I'm a big golfer. I was struggling. Just so inconsistent. Like, what the heck? Now I'm just getting mad. I'm like, well, I got my phone. I got AA. Exactly what he's talking about. I record my swing. One swing, one time, give me feedback. What's wrong with them? All you when you go to swing, you're doing this. You're early extending. Try to do this. Try to do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. I was like, son of a monkey. Why did I think of that? You can see it. It tells you exactly where and what. Now you can see it. Now you get that visual. As it's telling you, you can watch it back, like, oh, that's what he's talking about. That's what I see. I noticed, like, with AI, I haven't tried it. Most of them are expensive, but they're starting to get into, physically breaking down film, like film AIs now. So
I think you get that a new system coming up. But Synergy,
yeah, synergies.
there's your
Yeah. So as we get, and it's happening fast. Like we're not talking a year, 2 years. It's going to be like months. Well, by the time basketball season comes around, you're gonna have so much more, and the more time goes on, the more information it has, the better information you get back. Right? We're all putting this in there. I'm putting in there. You're putting it. We all put in. We're all training the model to get and pull those numbers. All this is data. At the end of the day, it's just data points. That's all it is. The more data you feed it, the more data it's back to you, the more accurate it is. It's fun. If you have any questions, always reach out. Happy to help, engage, and let's have some fun with it. I know it's helping us with dinner.
All right, so we'll stick to the schedule. Go ahead and break right now for dinner. We have some pizza and drinks right next door, right through there, buddy. Right through these doors here in the auxiliary gym. Make sure you guys get with other coaches. A big part of this is just getting to know people, share ideas, and we do a lot of that right now as we sit down and eat with each other. So go ahead and head out and grab some pizza, and then let's say we'll meet back in here at 5:15 to get going with the second session. We'll see you in 30 minutes. What's that? Oh, never mind. He's not. We don't have pizzas yet. He's on his way. So pizza. He's at the restaurant right now. Hang tight. Pizza's on its way. Just hang tight.
Wait for me to go back there.
I wish I could pick myself. I never even thought later. I planned my whole vacation using AI, but I didn't even think. Actual scouting, see what it says, or like.
I told you. Just look at it. I said, what's the next?
Just just asking the question, like, hey, what trends? Knowing that, what's that? It's so bad. Rather than have to spend an hour looking at something. Just type in like kind of give tell this kid this kid is this. This kid is this. Like, what's the best way for this? I don't know what kind of you give guys. Yeah, I got it.
Well, I want to get it.
It's really good. It's so much better than wait.
They had that. Yeah.
That was super. I've never thought about how that's going to affect us. It is.
Every time I've used it, I'm like,
Yeah. He did a picture for it. It's like, they, yeah, like, just, I, it's kind of, it's not I really like. See for that specific. That's look here. It's not one of the votes I think it's the best. Oh, so the bank is barely something good. Oh, you know, I got one. I'm gonna put it in. Any parent has that. We had we didn't reason stuff. Yeah. Ours looks like flame. But you know, also like. Oh, yeah. I have no idea. Hey guys, the pizza here is food. That's cool, yeah. I'm actually
I'll tell her.
Oh, yeah.
I want to go.
Oh, I'm stuck.
I'm actually feel good.
No, what was? I remember doing that. Here.
Time is it? 5:30. They said they started back up. They said they were gonna start back up at 5:50.
Was that good? 5:30?
I I'm not gonna lie. I find it sick. Oh my. Sure now. Yeah. Who? It's a team. Oh, yeah, I go.
And me and Jim got the wall.
Yeah. I'm feeling what I got it.
Let me know when you can find somebody.
It's straight. It's green. It's straight. We there to hit the thing on the road off 1 foot.
Yeah. Okay, but your 60 gallon, you get that all the time.
Something twice.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, not too probably gonna see you coming on the 6 job like that against, at least hitting first three.
Yeah. What's that show on? It's like, oh, dude. I was like, I can say this one, this one, this one. He's like, yeah, you're close to. I was like, I'll show you. He's like, you do it. Bro. On this one. I don't know. To feel it not on the. We're fine. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, we did. You can shake it. I tell you. Just start with the same. I did. I'll fluff your hair up, bro.
See if you get a scrub. You get a scrub. Oh, the be like. Right. You guys will go ahead and get started.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started, guys. We got three more speakers. You guys are gonna have to put up with me yapping for the next 30 minutes. So, Luke Stuckey, just finished my 22nd year this year of coaching. And these last few years coaching out here high school basketball in Arizona was probably my favorite experience of all of them. But we're gonna talk about two things today. Thing one, offensive efficiency. And then the second part of that is defensive transition. And I think those two things are really, really tied together. A lot of times people don't think about them together, but I think they are. And I'll kind of talk why we believe those two things are really correlated together. So the first part of that, offensive efficiency. First, I'll just kind of explain why believe what we believe with that, and then kind of take you through some of the X's and O's part of that, and then we'll finish with the defensive transition part of it. And if you have any questions as we go along, just raise your hand or blurt a question out, and that'd be great. But offensive efficiency, how it ties into defensive transition. I think the first thing you have to do with your teams is kind of like what Coach Deacon said earlier. You have to define what a good shot is and empower your kids to not only take those shots, but create them too. Because creating them, as you know, is probably, if not more valuable than making the shot. So we stat that kind of depending on our staff, how much manpower we have. We'll stat it in practice. Who's creating those shots? Who's making those shots? Because those are the guys we want on the floor, is guys that create and make high value shots. For every team, it might be a little different, but for us, we really value catch and shoot threes, and we value shots at the rim. Now, shots at the rim might be a little different than most everybody is used to. We are fanatical about shot blocks. A lot of coaches will say, hey, drive in and get a shot block. That's okay. Going back in again and drive it up and challenge that. But absolutely not. If you get your shot blocked in our program, that is a huge mistake. That's something that, we're going to have to talk about. So we don't like people finishing over and through. We want our finishers, when they drive the ball to the basket, we run an action. We want people to have an angle. We want a guy on your hip, not having to challenge two, go over or through someone to finish. Because in my experience, and a lot of data will back this up, and I'm going to use AI math, coach, to justify this, but when you have people driving the ball hard to the basket and taking difficult shots at the rim, even though they're right at the rim, point blank, if I have my 5'10", 5'11" point guard trying to finish over a 6'6" athletic big, well, that's probably a low percentage shot. And I know the next thing that's going to happen when that shot goes off the glass is my guy's falling on the ground, and now the ball's going the other way, and we're getting scored on a transition. So that's how those two things correlate. And even with catch and shoot threes or perimeter shots, if they're not predictable shots, you're not going to have offensive spacing to rebound the ball. It's unpredictable. Guys aren't going to know when to rebound. And your transition can stink there too. So we want those catch and shoot threes, and we want good shots at the rim where our guys are on balance most of the time playing off 2 feet, and they're super high percentage shots. So again, defining that to your team, statting it or charting it to the best of your ability. I know it's hard when you don't have a whole team of people to do that, but coming up with a way to emphasize that. So what we do in practice a lot is we'll give extra points for certain things that we are trying to focus on. So catch and shoot threes, those are worth 4. Okay. Layups at the rim, well, they're not worth 2, they're worth 3. Middies or contested tough shots at the rim, and they go in sometimes, but they're worth 1 point. And the more you play that out, the more it just ingrains in your kids what good shots look like for your program. And, they'll go out and seek those 4-pointers or those 3-pointers out because they know that's how they win the drill rather than shooting shots that are low value shots. how we classify our offense, we call it's a layered offense. And it has different, like I said, different layers to it. But the first layer is we always preach to our kids that the best offense is no offense. A perfect possession would be, we rebound the ball because of their poor shot selection or whatever it might be. We push the ball. We get a good look without having to run an action. That's great offense for us. That's going to be usually the highest point per possession shot you can get, is just unscripted, whether it be a drawing kick, layup at the rim. If you can go against a unset defense, you're doing really well. So we want to push, we want to score early without having to go against the set defense. That's the first layer. And that happens a lot. There's an interesting stat, and I think this is true at all levels, but what percentage of points in high school basketball do you think are scored in transition? Somebody throw a number out. What do you think it is?
15, give me 5.
It's in between. It's 30%. So in high school basketball, 30%, and I don't know how we're turnovers, I don't really count as transitions, but 30% of all points in high school basketball are scored in transition. So again, if you can get around or above 30%, you're going to score more points per possession, which is a good thing. So that's the first layer of our offense. The second layer is we're not always going to score in transition. Sometimes we're going to have to run offense. And how we categorize that, we don't say we run offense, we run actions. And we play out of 4 very simple actions that our kids get really good at because it's just ingrained how to play out of actions. I think with actions and offenses, a lot of coaches, there's trends in basketball, right? Everybody likes to run zoom action now or get action. And they'll see that and they think, man, that looks great. They'll see it at the pro level, they'll see it at high college level, and they'll input it into their systems, but they don't know the why behind it. Why do these actions, what makes those actions hard to guard? So we'd like to walk you guys through some of that today as well. What's the why behind a lot of these trendy actions or good actions that people run that work? Okay. So that second layer is what we would call our flow offense. Those simple 4 actions. Okay. Number 1, get actions. I love get actions. I used to be a heavy, come from the NBA to college. I used to be a heavy pick and roll guy because that's what the NBA was. And now I am a big believer in basketball is going to and has already started to get away from pick and rolls. It's more about get actions. And I'll bring you guys out here in a second. I'd love to show you why I believe get actions are superior to pick and rolls. So get actions, number 1, my favorite action we run. Post touches, okay? Watching basketball right now, probably nobody would believe this, but post play is going to come back. Basketball goes in cycles. It's coming back. There's going to be a dominant big. Teams are going to win using that, and it's going to come back. Downing pick and rolls used to be fashionable. Teams figured out how to counter it, score against it. Teams got away from it. Well, just like with that, basketball comes in cycles. The big's going to come back someday. I love throwing the ball into the post. I know statistically it might not be the best thing, but man, if you have a guy that can score down there, even if he's a guard, why not? Okay, it's still a great high percentage point per possession shot, and it leads to great defensive transitions back. So gets 1, post play 2, post touches 2, pin downs number 3, and then number 4 would be pick and rolls. So we're going to incorporate all 4 of those things into our second layer of offense. Okay, when we don't get an easy basket in transition. The next part of it is, okay, well, we run that action and we don't score out of it. Well, what's next? We call that the play after the play. And we use triggers within our offense. Again, we're not calling a play, okay? But we ingrain in our kids, what do we do without having this lull, this lag time between that initial flow action that we run? We don't want to have to get organized again and then have this long lag of 4 or 5 seconds while we're waiting and the defense is resetting. So we want to get good at flowing into that play after the play. And then the last layer, that 4th layer is, well, not everything is a transition in basketball, right? You get scored on. There's a lot of dead basketballs. You're going to be walking the ball up against a set defense or bringing the ball up against a set defense. that's the time when we might get into a little bit of a play call. We'll organize our offense strategically to get 2 or 3 of our better players in an action on a spot on the floor we really like, because as a coach, dead ball, stop and play, I like dictating that. Okay. So I'm going to skip that first layer of offense, that transition. Coach already covered that. Coach Deacon covered that a lot today. I'm going to get into that second layer of that flow offense where we run those 4 actions. So can I get, do we have 10 guys here or just not?
I'll fill for your time.
Oh, you are. Oh, coach, come on out here. I saw you shoot the ball. So let's get 5 guys in blue, and then coach can go on the break. Oh, I ain't gonna make it. So let's have the blue team go on offense, and let's just have that great back up. Let's have the basketball. Somebody that can handle the rock over here with the ball. Then let me have a big guy up top. Let me have 2 guys in the corners. Let me have spaced over almost identical to where the basketball is at. Okay, so when we attack the transition, the floor might look a lot of different ways. But when we get into our flow, this is the way we want the court organized. And we like to have our big up top, okay? And we like to use our big to run a lot of actions. Why would that be important? I mean, I think a lot of people overlook that. Why do you want a big?
Take the shot blocker out of the paint.
That's one really good reason. But what else? If you have a big, either pin on a small or set up ball or whatever it might be, what does that cause?
Big and small switches.
Mismatch. It's going to force them to either be in some type of coverage or a bad matchup. And a lot of times when you watch some high school teams, they'll set these random small screens everywhere. It's like, man, you're just wasting time. It does nothing when it's just 2 light players setting screens and switching. So we like to have a big, a guy that we feel good about, whether he gets a small on him or we get a big guarding the ball. We want to feel good about that. So we're going to try. Hopefully we have the talent to do that. Or if they switch a small onto our big guy, we know where to attack. And if a big is on our guard, we know where to attack. So strategically, we always want our big triggering actions that are going to cause mismatch problems or coverage by the defense. Okay, so hit actions. We described those 4 things before. In our action, or in our offense, we like to sometimes incorporate multiple of those 4 into one simple thing. So let's say we're going to have our big, set what we call wide screen right now. So you're going to go pin down here for this guy in the corner, and you're going to bring the ball about the slot. So almost right where I'm standing. Okay, so freeze. Okay, so when you grew up, how many people were like me and your high school coach told you to do what right here if you were number 1? What would your high school coach tell you to do back in the day? Set up the screen, right? Set up the screen, which would mean you're going to walk your guy into this and then come off the screen, okay? So that's what I taught until 2012. And I learned from the San Antonio Spurs organization, Coach Popovich, that why in the heck would you want to do that? The whole point of setting a screen is to get space, right? You want as much space between the offensive player and the defensive player guarding it. Well, if you go set your guy up and bring him into that screen, you just now taken that space from 8 to 10 feet and made it 0 feet. So we teach our guys in this scenario, even if it leaves a little bit of a gap, we want you firing off that screen if there's space, okay? So you're going to go set that screen, and like any screen set to be on the guy's bottom half. And what I mean by that is, if I were to screen, put this foot here, this would be his top half. Where are you going to encourage him to go if you screen that way? Where would you want to go if I screen like this? Under, okay? Now I'm screening even up. Now you got kind of a choice. But we want that bottom half, so I'm going to put this left leg almost like right in the middle of him. Now where are you encouraged to go? Over the top. And that's what we like, especially at the high school level where, you know, our good shooters are shooting mid-30s from 3. Out of all the scenarios, a high school kid on the move coming off a pin shooting a 3, it's an okay shot, but I think we can do better. So we like to all our screens on the ball, off the ball. We like to encourage people to chase. by screening that bottom half. Okay, so let's do that. Pop those feet, set a good screen, and he's gonna chase you. So one thing we like to do in our program, we get, like I said before, we get great at these actions. And we'll just play 3-on-3 a lot. And we'll say, hey, play out of a pin down right now. And our guys, this is to me what player development is. It's not dribbling a ball and juggling a tennis ball with your other hand or grabbing a cone off a chair. To me, that's not player development. Playing in these scenarios, learning how to read plays and make reads and make shots out of these, this to me is what player development is. That's how you get that. So if he chases, what would you be inclined to do? Curl to the rim. And as a ball handler here, what are you looking at chasing? You're looking to get him the ball, right? And if you're the big guy and you're guarding him, right? Like your coach tells you, hey, don't switch this. We don't want this mismatch. He's got to be like, what would you do? You're gonna help a little bit, right? So you've just done your job by making this really hard attention-grabbing cut. You did your job. You know you're not going to get the ball. You're not going to score. They could rarely get me score off this cut. Sometimes, but rarely. Okay, you did your job. And here's why. Now what we have between our big and this defensive big, a huge gap. Okay, and we want that gap because we want your catch to be great. If you don't cut hard, he's going to catch the ball outside the 3-point line. You make that great cut that grabs his attention. Now you have separation, and we want to teach dunk-ins everywhere all over the court. Anytime you have slack between you and your player, you're going to dunk in on him. Either he's going to come to you or you're going to go to him. We always want to kick people's butt by you going to him. Okay? So you're going to go meet him as you come to the ball, and we're going to get into our get action. So we just incorporated now 2 things into one little simple action. We have the pin, but by that pin, we're generating a great spot to catch the ball from way down. Okay? So if he's got great position like that, we're going to run a hit with you and hit. Okay? For those of you that don't know what that is, a hit refers to just a throw and follow. So you're going to throw the ball to your big guy right here, and you're going to cut off of it. Okay, so I mentioned before, I love get actions now more than a pick and roll. Well, here's why. Get guys, you got the ball, okay? And you just haven't quite got to him yet. You're about to go get this handoff, okay? In a normal pick and roll, what's this guy already doing? He's already in whatever pick and roll coverage his coach told him to be in because he does not have to guard the ball yet. He might have to eventually in a pick and roll, but right now, okay, he has to actively guard the ball because his man has the ball, okay? So now that's going to make, I don't care what you do, even if he switches, if he's in a drop, whatever, he's going to be late, okay? And this is the advantage I think a get has over a pick and roll. So now you're going to get this handoff, and now what do you have to do? Your guy's on the sit. What are you going to do? Okay? You're going to have to help him stop that basketball. Okay, so let's freeze it right there. So this scenario, whether you run a pick and roll, a pin down, wherever it's out on the floor, if you're doing this effectively, you should create this scenario over and over again, where we have either a mismatch, we attack that mismatch, or we get 2 guys on the ball, a guy rolling or popping to the basket, and then an advantage somewhere. So what are you doing here? You're in pick and roll coverage, and you're on the stick, okay? And we're going to say right now, we're telling you to roll, okay? So when you roll, okay, you have reads to make it happen. Option 1 is always you going to the basket scoring. They have to honor the ball. If they don't, you're going to the rim and finish. And again, this is player development. You do this enough, this guy gets savvy in this scenario. Okay, no pun intended, Tyler. Okay, but he gets good at finishing here. Maybe he learns a little in and out or a little change of pace and learns different crafty finishes when he gets a guy on his hip. This is player development. Okay, so one mistake a lot of young players make, and even really good players, is when they get these scenarios, they play at one speed. They take off 1,000,000 miles an hour, fly into the basket, and they don't allow themselves to read the play. Okay? So what we teach here is unless you have a straight line, obvious drive and dunk at the rim, we want you to take short dribbles and slow your behind down. Okay? It does a lot of things. It allows you to see the play in the right read. Okay? We all know high school kids sped up is not a good thing. Okay, they're gonna make turnovers, bad plays happen when they're out of control. Okay, it allows your roller to actually roll. So if this guy just takes off a million miles an hour, he's playing 1-on-2. I don't like that. I want him to play 2-on-1. And how you do that is by a big guy rolling to the basket. So you have to slow down. Keep that the defender on your hip, the big occupied in front of you, and now we're playing 2-on-1 rather than 1-on-2. So I like to teach patience right there. Slow down, get your eyes up, take those short dribbles. Because a lot of times too, that big shifts back to the roll man, and you get a wide open layup. Don't just take off. Okay. So now I can roll in hard to the basket. Okay. What your job here is to roll into the rim? Okay, so coach, let's say we match up with the guy in the corner. Let's say we're a little closer to him, and let's say this guy right here would be what we call our tag. Okay, so he's going to get in and he's going to help out on this roll guy tradition. Most teams are going to have the weak side roll in, and as this guy rolls to the basket, they're going to help on that roll in. Different teams do it different ways, but that's how a lot of teams are going to do it. So where's your advantage now? Okay, well, it's over here. Okay, so the next part of this we call our snap. Okay, so we like to pull our guy around here on his man the tags. When he sees this man lead the help, he's going to pull around, but he's going to stay spaced at that NBA line. Okay, if my AD last year, Creek would have let me take an NBA 3-point line down, I would have it on every single court for spacing and for shooting purposes. But we like to have our guys spaced here rather than towing the high school line because it just gives the illusion to the defense that the floor is spaced. But also what it does is as that ball's in flight, I can step in or hop in, whatever's comfortable, and attack now with that full head of steam rather than catching it, towing this line where now I don't have an advantage. My feet are playing into the ground. So you're going to snap a height. So let's say this is how the defense guards it. This is your advantage. Let's throw the ball out here too. Okay. Okay. So obviously, one option here is to shoot the basketball. Okay. Another option would be drive by the closeout. Okay. But the third option is something I absolutely love. One of my favorite actions in basketball. I'm a big believer that the best way to get a post touch if you want to is off a pick and roll. Okay. And here's why. So you're going where now? You got to get back to this. Okay. And you just kick it, go out to the corner. What you now have is your guy that we just talked about. This is your guy right here. You got to stay slack. So what we talked about before on your screen here, taking that slack up, we want you to do the same thing now when that ball gets thrown back. Okay? One of two things is going to happen. You're going to stand here and wait, and he's going to come to you. That's no good. You might be open, but he's going to run through this. He's going to bump you. You're going to, if you do catch it, you're going to catch it out there, or it's going to get deflected and we're going to get dunked on. The second thing that could happen is I'm going to go to him. I'm going to dunk in aggressive, see him right here on this right cheek, and now that ball's going right in. Okay, so you got it. So let's say you go ahead and duck it. Okay, and you got a great big physique to do this too. Okay, you're great at ducking it. Get this hand up right here. This is where you want. Okay, so you're looking there. Okay, and he took that flag up, and you're trying to do this anytime in the offense. If your guy overdumps somewhere and that ball gets swung, you're trying to duck in on your guy and establish a post position. He might be open. But what might the defense do to shift to take that away? Try to pull in here. And I decided to be smart enough to take it to that next side. Okay? So that's just kind of a breakdown of like, how do you run efficient offense? Everybody has a job all the time here. And I believe, you can run a pin down, you can run a post touch, you can run a pick and roll, and a lot of times it's going to lead to these same scenarios on different spots of the floor. So let's go back to our initial lineup there. Okay, I'm going to move on so we can get to the next part of this real quick. So we just ran great offense, okay? We already defined what a good shot is. Let's say we kicked it out, we got that three right there. So let's walk through that, and let's throw it to our snap guy. And when you catch it, you're just going to hold the ball, okay? So ready, go. Okay, so let's run that wide pin. Takes it. Perfect. Now come back and get that catch. You're coming back, okay? And now we're gonna run the hit. Okay, so real quick, we haven't talked, I don't wanna have to get into all the X and O here, like, oh, there's so many options out of this though, right here, okay? He could back cut. You could fake that handoff because now he just got burned on it. He starts to, while you still have the ball, he starts to shift out. What would you do now? Keep it and go dunk on somebody right there, okay? And there's a million more things. We could get a late pass, okay, where he has the ball, you blow it up, and he keeps cutting, but you're physical and he just throw it right over the top. So again, that's playing development. You put your guys in those scenarios hundreds and hundreds of times, they get great at that. You don't have to call plays. We don't call plays. You just let them play out of these actions. Okay, so go ahead. Let's hand it off. Here you're going to the rim, and let's get to the snap and get to the transition part of it. Okay, you're rolling. You got a tag, straight, throw it. Okay, good shot. Okay, so the last part of this, how we finish possessions, is our system we use for offensive rebounding. Okay, again, coming from the NBA, I was sold, and you could have never convinced me that aggressive offensive rebounding was a good idea. Everybody was against it. We always just said only offensive rebound if you have an opportunity. Opportunistic offensive rebounding, that was it. Everybody else get back. 5 guys get back. 4 guys get back. And you know, it was okay. But then I started to, as I became a college coach and I watched my teams every year get our butts kicked, not only offensive rebounding, but defensive rebounding. Somebody pointed out to me that, well, you know, we probably aren't a very good defensive rebounding team because every single day in practice, they don't have to block out because their guys running back the other direction. I'm like, man, that's a really good point. So that got me thinking, man, we got to have our guys, we got to have every single rebound get challenged in practice. We did some research and we found that there are teams, because we were always told you can't be great offensive rebounding and be great in transition. Can't have both ends of the candle. But there were teams that were doing it. So we started looking into what teams were great at both. And we found some teams. And we stumbled upon a team from Australia with a head coach, his name's Aaron Fern, that came up with this system called tagging up. And we looked at that system and we kind of morphed it into our own, but it has been incredibly effective for us, not only offensive rebounding, but we have been great in transition. So this past year, we offensive rebounded 41% of our misses, 41%. And we gave up, what was it? I wrote it down here. We only gave up 11% of our baskets scored against us in transition. 11%. Said the average is 30. We gave up 11, and here's how we did it. Okay. So when this shot is taken, everybody has a job. All 5 guys, even the shooter, we want to offensive rebound the ball. But it's not chaotic. It's organized. We call it tagging up. Okay. So as this shot is in flight, I'm going to just use you two as an example, but this is done everywhere on the court. Okay, we want this guy challenging this rebound, not by flying to the rim and trying to go tip dunk it. His goal is to get on the high side of his defender, shoulder to shoulder. Okay, so let's do that real quick. Okay, so you're trying to get to this position right here and make this a 50-50 ball. Now, there's some skill in this. You could take a step to the baseline and spin middle, swim middle, create some space or some trickery that way. But the end result, you want this right here, okay? And by doing this, again, it's a 50-50 ball. We would never want number 5 to run past this guy and go try to rebound or fall on the ground and try to tip it in. That's not a thing for us, okay? If you do that, what's your name, bud? Blake, if you ran by your guy, the ball bounced out, what's probably the next thing? What's your name? What's Derek doing if he gets the rebound? He's dunking on you, okay? So we always wanted both things. We wanted to make this almost a 50-50 opportunity to rebound, but we wanted to be great at transition. So let's have everybody do that. So shots in the air, okay? And all we want our shooter to do, we don't want him to retreat. We just want you to kind of shoot your normal shot and shoot every day in the gym. But we want you just to kind of get your weight coming forward a little bit. Okay, that's it. So the ball's in the air on the everybody's tagging up. Okay? Now, this, to me, this is a 50-50 ball. But let's say we don't get it. Okay? Ball bounces off, they get the rebound. Okay? Well, shoot. 40% didn't work out, the other 60% did. Now we have rules for what our transition looks like back the other direction. Okay? Here's rule number 1. We're not just abandoning the ball. We want you to apply some pressure on the ball. It kind of depends on how quick you are, how quick he is. But if you can slow him down, maybe turn him once or twice, and just make them think about ball security, you've done your job. Okay? Everybody else's job is do not allow a kick ahead. So one of the biggest problems in high school basketball, you have people cross-matching, you have, lack of communication as you transition down the floor. This takes all that out of the equation. We don't cross-match. Whoever you tag up with, that's your matchup on the other end. Now, that doesn't mean you can't switch that matchup if you have an opportunity to. We do that all the time. We call that bumping. But if this right now, this is your matchup down the floor, and so you can find a better one. Okay? Everybody got that? So, got pressure on the ball. Now, the offense, let's say you're kind of running your break the other way. Okay? Everybody else's job now is don't allow a kick ahead up the floor. We'll allow a backwards pass. We'll allow a lateral pass. But we don't want the ball kicked ahead. You kick it ahead, you're probably going to hear something about that. Okay? And again, we want pressure on the basketball, just turning them right there. Okay, so let's go ahead and progress the ball down the court. Okay, now, once that ball gets to this timeline and it crosses the half-court line, go ahead and bring it across. Now our defense changed. Nobody has ever beat us from the half-court line. But once that ball starts to cross and get into the scoring area, now we get into like what our shell defense would be. And we won't talk about that at all today. But now we get in, if you're a gap team, you can give you gaps. If you like to deny, you can deny. And now the drill goes from, hey, no kick aheads to, hey, now we're doing what we practice every day in the half court. Okay? So I already went over my time. Any questions about any of that system? The tag ups, the actions, anything? No?
I got one thing for you, Coach.
Yeah.
What's your philosophy? So within that transition, like if you're dealing with teams that flow like pretty directly into secondary actions with screens, as within the transition, are you going to tell guys to switch to maintain contact, or are you guys going to try to stay with that tag? Like if I'm running in transition here and I just go to bump for him when that ball's ever crossed, you're still within your transition period. Are you trying to maintain contact with personnel or stay with the tag up?
So it all depends on where the ball's at. If the ball's on this side of the half court, we're probably not bumping or switching because we don't want to allow a kick ahead over the half court. If the ball's over here, the rules, it's black and white. No kick aheads allowed. So you're probably not going to be able to switch. When the ball crosses the half court line, we'll allow a kick ahead, a difficult one. But for us, we would say it's opportunistic switching. So if you had a guy that's wide open right here, we would never, let's say it's a bad matchup. We would never want to leave this guy to go match up with a better matchup over there. It's going to be when it would make sense, when it's not going to affect the ball and lead to a basket. So usually it's away from the ball, but it's never when the ball's still on this side of the half court coming toward the basket because you don't want to give up those kick aheads. Yeah.
In your tag up, if someone can get inside position on an offensive rebound, you tell them not to do so.
Don't do it.
Don't do it at all.
Yeah, we always want shoulder to shoulder on that high side. We always want to have that advantage going back this way. If you get inside of them, that ball bounces the wrong way, you're kind of vulnerable this way. And we would never want a guy just flying at the rim past his tag up. Because again, you're just hoping the ball doesn't bounce a certain way because you're beat. The one exception that we would allow is a rotation. So if we catch a team in a rotation and you don't have a tag, go get it. Okay? And I don't think we didn't have a tip dunk all year, did we, Coach? No. Okay.
How many guys are going with the glass?
Everybody. All five, even the shooter. What's that?
Point guard is going to class.
Everybody. All five guys, but they're doing with discipline, tagging up on that high side every time. In the shooter, we tell them, we're not overly picky on that one. We tell shoot your shot. Like we don't want guys shooting and running it. Shoot your normal shot. And if you can get your weight going forward towards the rim, your momentum, great. But we just don't want them shooting and then retreating back. We want all five guys challenging. And another thing that has been so successful for us is we encourage people, if you can't grab the offensive rebound, that's okay. Knock it out of bounds. If you just knock the ball out of bounds, what does that do to the offense?
Transition.
Yeah, so if you're playing coach's team who loves to run in 7 seconds, And I just simply, we didn't get the rebound, we didn't score, but we just knocked the ball out of bounds. Well, now we can set up our defense, we can sub, we can do whatever we want and slow you down. So we charted and we encouraged guys. We would get points in practice for a knockout. Just knock it out. And that's valuable to us. You didn't get the ball, they got it, but you stopped their transition completely. And again, 30% of teams' points at the high school level are coming in that transition. Anything else? All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. So I'll stay on here because I got to introduce the next speaker. So the next speaker is going to be new to all you guys. He's not an ALA guy, but he's a great dude. He's one of my coaching mentors. We were just talking about that earlier today when I picked him up from the airport. Our next speaker's name's Kamal Asaf. I've known him for, you say 20, what was it? 2004. 22 years. He gave me my first ever coaching job as a freshman coach at La Jolla High School. And he's won 2 CIF, there's back-to-back, right? Back-to-back CIF championships in San Diego at La Jolla High School. He's worked with Snow Valley basketball camps. He's done some work with USA basketball. Just a great basketball mind, a great guy. Coach Asaf.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, guys. Hey, can you guys come out? I'm going to definitely demonstrate right now with you. You grab those 3 chairs and bring them down for this time. Is it okay if we use this board here?
Yeah, it's it.
So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna demonstrate more than talk through my demonstration. But I'm a big fan of individual skill building. So today we're gonna work on it. If you look at this, I'm trying to stick to this. It's ambitious, but I really believe in finishing the paint. 3-point shot is a great shot if you can shoot it, but it all sets up with paint touches. So I love watching Jalen Brunson play. You're watching Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. You're watching Jokic. You're watching so many people that play off 2 feet. So we're going to talk about playing off 2 feet, and I'm going to demonstrate and talk to you simultaneously just to show you something so maybe you can take it with you. So let's put those chairs and keep those chairs there for now. All right, let's go down to the baseline here. I need 6 guys partnered up and 3 balls. Hustle, let's go. Everybody, go. Yeah. All right, so first thing we do is something called Man on Help. I got it from Rick Pitino. I got it from one of my coaching mentors, from Rick Pitino. But this is a one-on-one drill where the defense is just playing dummy. They're not fouling out or anything else. So let's just take one guy out here. So the defense is beating. You get a single 5 line. You get 2 guys. I'm beating on the play. We talked about that. Demonstrated. He's still with his hand away from the back off of the defender with his left hand. He's going to push the ball. When a low dribbles in a straight line, I'm going to give him some pressure, but I'm not going to foul him. And I'm certainly not going to hang him. But I'm doing it like this. His job is to kind of come slowly and start turning his hips. And my job is to put it in here. He's going to land on 2 feet right here. The ball is going to come from his sternum. He's going to go off the backyard, use his outside hand, left hand, 2 feet, 2 hands, up, go. Just like that. So let's go. Single file. Let's get back the balls. And we just do some of this, and we're going to do it all the way around. The rules are defense, rule pressure. I'll tell you more or less. Don't try to block the shot. Hold the ball for a second. Don't try to block the shot. We're going to rep it out and go across. Everything's off 2 feet. So it's a power lamp where your 10 toes are here. I don't want this. I want this. You just go straight up like that. All right, go. Good. Next, you go. And the offense should be control of it. Next, you go. Let's go, guys. Quick. Good. Now go. Good. There you go. Good. Let's go. Good. We'll go to the wing here because I want to show you some other things. Go to the wing. It's the same thing. I'm going to say defense. Let's go faster, guys. Come on. Wing. I'm going to ask you to put a little bit more pressure on it. You watch great scores, Jalen Brunson, Shea. They're always using their hips to create space. So I want to see a little bit more of an arm bar, put pressure. I do this for my middle school players, high school players, because they don't like contact. Against the best teams in play, they have to finish on contact. Go. Faster. Let's go. Up your feet. Next. Next. Good. Go. Good. Next. Good. Go. Let's get a couple. We have 3 more players. Okay, is that all we got? Okay, that's good, that's good, top of the key. Okay, so we go left side, then we go right side, ready? Go. Body, good, go. So you might say, I'm gonna make 5 in a row. All right, so we try to sometimes make it a team thing. 5 in a row. 0. Good, go. Now, go. So the most successful player is finish body to body. So I don't want to let a gap go. So I'm always trying to cut the body. How do you score against Victor Wembanyama? It's easy, right? You get into his chest. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a player to kind of close his gap and get right into the player's chest. And that's going to be successful left hand, right hand. Let's go right side. Let's go one more time. Let's go corner. A little bit more physical. Again, I use it with all our players, and we do it every single day. You want to score the paint, you got to use the sort of go. Right hand, use right hand. Turn your hips, turn your hips. Good. Okay. Good. Down balance. You got to do it now. Good. Next. Go. Good. It's getting a little bit more physical. We want to get go. Good. Go. Go. Okay, good. Now we're going to get 2 lines over here, 2 lines over here. Let's have one guy. So turn this into one-on-one. What does it look like one-on-one? Well, you got it right here. You got it right here. Now we can play one-on-one. I got this from Kevin Eastman. We know Kevin Eastman. Kevin Eastman's a great skills coach. You're going to go left-hand speed dribble, turn the corner, and then go straight to the rim. The defender's going to go 2 lines, 2 sides. Ben's going over this chair, and then he's got to cut his ball handle off as best he can. So let's walk through it. You go. I'm defending. I go. He goes over. That speed dribble. And my goal is to see if I can push you under the block without fouling you. Your goal is to beat me straight line block. If you can't do that, then you want to come in and get in here. We talked about. We can talk about it, but putting people in jail. Everybody know that? So you kind of put me in jail here and going up. That could go. This group's going to do the same thing right handed. The defender's going this way, the offensive player's going that way. First group. Partner up, you guys. Defense starts it. Go in. Okay, so what happened there is he didn't take his advantage. He kind of gave up. Don't talk, guys. You gave up your advantage. You wanted to ride and ride it to the rim when she goes. So you got to be fine about it. Watch it go. Faster. And I'll teach you, Pino. That's 2. All right, so again, he goes up 1 foot, probably doesn't get fouled because it's off balance. We want him to get into his body and get on balance. So this is stuff we do. We do it off season. We can do it in season. We can do it anytime. But this is the kind of stuff we like to do. Now, let's just show you a quick shooting game. We're going to have a group here. One guy. We'll just go partners and right here. I call this Indiana closeout. Let's head up. I'm sorry. The second thing is Brian King. Okay. 2 guys in corners over there. 2 guys in corners. 2 guys in corners there. Up here. 3 guys up here. All right. So this is called trying to see. And what I like about this is we're just gonna put balls up here. Balls up here. Okay. So we're gonna go straight line drive. We're looking at attack. We go right in here. Our head comes right to the floor. Our forehead comes right to the rim. You're gonna kick up. I'm going to pass the ball. Now, in most games, you would just space away here. But I'm going to turn this into like a little drill. And I'm going to close out. He's going to attack my top foot. And again, he's going to go body to body. He's going right to my body. He's going to go 2 dribbles into a pull-up jump shot. Same thing on this. 2 dribbles into a pull-up jump shot. Same thing on this side. You guys, these guys, you're going to jump in the right hand. you're gonna kick up, and we're gonna get pull-up jump shot. So let's get line here. You guys will just exchange lines. Line here. Okay? Attack this in straight lines. So the goal is, can your players use long, low dribbles, play straight lines, put their heads before the rim, get into the circle, kick it up, and we're gonna add a close out. We're gonna have these guys attack the two dribbles, shoulder to hip. Okay, let's see it. Go. Good. What's up? Good. That was their contact, it was their space. There was space. So players don't like contact unless you teach them how to go. So here's what I want. So we have over here. I want you to run through the guys here. So I'm attacking his top hip. Look at my foot. I've got my shoulder here. Attacking his hip. 1, 2, we go pull a jump shot. Same things happen here. You're going to be using your right hand. You're going to close now. Attack on the top. Let's see if they both get it. Here we go. Ready? Go. Both. Go down. So that's the quick defense. Rotate. Next guys go. Next guys go. Go. Go down. All right, good. So what I want to see is you get comfortable if you're attacking. Pass close out. You're attacking without and making steps. So I see some guys do this. We want to attack, we'll toss and step. We want to go to the back with the pull up. Okay, let's try one more variation of this. Let's not have the closeout. Let's just go with the penetrating pass. All right, we're going to jump in here. Penetrating pass on that space. You drive it hard, two dribbles, kick the knee, and I get a shot. So we're just talking about running behind the ball. Okay, both sides, go. Right. Good. The dribbles, kick it. Good. Next. Good. The dribbles, kick it. You penetrate the sides. So you really want to emphasize long, low dribbles. You want to get your head to the front of the rim. It's to get the penetrate touch. They land on 2 feet. Stop. Okay, you got to go harder off that. This is number 4. You got to go hard up off that and get a deep penetrating touch, or else the defense won't play. So let's try one more time. Go. Good. One more time. Drive it. Drive it. Drive it. Kick it. Good. 2 hard dribbles. 2 hard dribbles. Good. Anytime we catch, we're always taking 2 hard dribbles. Kick and roll, we're always taking 2 hard dribbles. We want to draw the defense. Now let's do another attacking game where it's just going to be a partner now. Let's just get ball. The guys get the balls in here. Guys get the balls. Let's go 3 balls. Partner up. How many balls? 3. Okay. Let's do another ball. 4. Another. You guys get the thing. Get it ready. So let's have 3 shooters. 1 on the way. 1 over here. We call this the end closeout. I'll give you a stop. He's going to close me out. All right, he's going to 4 balls. Good, 4 balls. He closes me out. I work on shot fake and going on. Shot fake here, go by straight lines again. The real emphasis, I'm attacking hips. I'm playing in straight lines. So anytime I shot fake, I try to go over the top and go here. And 1, 2, shoot the pull up. And then I can get my rebound. Here he comes, the offensive player. Space the 3-point line. He gets the NBA 3-point line. I close him, the attack. Whoa, stop. What happened? What did you notice? He's afraid of contact. So I want you to put your shoulder by my hip. You're going to run through me. Do it. There, that's better. You organize your feet how you like to organize your feet. I like to pivot run. If I'm getting inside, outside kick, that's how I'm shooting. When I'm lifting, I'm attacking. I can attack this way too. I want to come up back. We have 4 guys on defense. All right, let's try it. Let's all go left. Offensive player, shot fake and drive 2 left and run into each other. Ready? Go. Roll it out. Go. Go, come on, go back. Okay, good, let's all go right. So you can do this again, you work on not traveling, attacking, turn on, go right. Shove it in time. I want to see guys get depth, so two doubles should get them to the front of the rim. Most of these guys aren't going. Hey, we want long, low doubles, so hit my shot fade, and someone will sit the ribs. That's not going to create, we're stabbing the ribs. Pulls me out, we're stabbing the ribs. So 1, 2, I should be able to dunk the ball, except I can't jump. All right, go. Good. What happened? Whatever pivot foot they like is good. I always like that my right foot 3, or whatever pivot foot like. Go again. Good. Stop. Now let's just get catching 2 threes. So now I want to see the defense run out and try to close me out. Number 0, close me out. And come on, close out, close out. And I'm going to just go catching 2 threes. And this is going to be hopefully game-like translation. Go. Catching 2 threes. Good. Woo. Catching 2 threes. Break. Break. Get him off the break. Oh, stop. Good. Three. All right, stop. Good. So, why do we do that? It's not that we want to shoot threes like that, but we want to speed up the process, get the feet going, get you on the baseline. We have 2 passes up here, baseline, 2 lines. Ball to the side. Okay, this is something I like called box fields. That's what takes long. He showed LeBron James this thing that might be basketball back in 2004. Back up. But you can spin it and catch it like you catch it. I'm jumping into this pass, catching 2 hands, 2 feet. I'm using my inside foot. I turn and spin around, and I just turn it and shoot a little 15-foot. The main thing is, I like to use this for my middle school guys who are weak. You can cook. I snap the ball. I sprint into the catch. Don't throw it to me yet. I catch here, 10 toes to my pass. I turn it face, 10 toes to the rim. I look, step, I shoot in, get back in line. Same thing happens here. We step it, we catch it inside the foot. What is it, guys? Right foot, turn, look. Okay, let's try it. Go. This is the nice catch. So time your jump so that you can use either foot. Go. Practice step. Practice step. Go. Stop it. Go. Practice step. Stop it. Take faster. Let's go. Stay faster. Go. So this is the first move. First move is catch, serve, face. Good, switch line, switch lines, switch lines. Second move, I'm showing you quickly, is shot fake. So now, it's the shot I would take. I catch it, unbalance, turn face, I stick the ball to my foot, I stay down, I whip it, and I put my toe where I want to go, which is up the basket, and make a foul net. Why we finish it up 2 feet? Because when my elbow is coming in. I want to leave behind my shot fake and a kick out. Okay? Go! Shot fake. A lot of times guys travel, it doesn't look believable. It's the shot you don't take. And the shot fake has to slow down. Look at the rim. Look at the rim. The slower the shot fake, the better the shot fake. Oh, shot fake. Good. Good. Check it faster. Everything off 2 feet. Take it back. Everything off 2 feet. Take it back. Next move. Take it back. Next move is the progression. I catch it. Now I'm drop stepping. And why would I drop step? The defender takes away the inside shoulder. Catches are a contender in high school. He's here. I'm going to catch it here. I'm going to pivot this way. So I'm pivoting, but I'm pivoting so that my toes facing the back. No, keep that. The baseline, I'm going power left. Again, we're reinforcing finishing up 2 feet. I like to look at free throws. We want to make more than you attempt, and we want to be good inside to the foul. And I always think offensive players get fouled, and the other guys are driveway jump shooters. Go! Big step. So watch their foot and make sure their toe is. There we go. No. Over here. Like stop. So I'm looking for you to catch it and point your toe. Not put it up to the ball. Point your toe in. Okay, go. Good. Two dribbles. Good. Two dribbles. Two dribbles. Good. Get balance. Gonna get hit. Good. Switch pass, switch line. So they got to be able to catch and use either foot. So this foot, inside foot, it's just uncomfortable for a lot of them. This is a great poster. Switch back. Okay, and they have to stay low when they do. So now we'll just do the fake. I'll get it here. I'm going to catch it. What happens when the defender comes here? They're going to come back and get up and shoot. Pretty good? So let's see their feet. Go. Down, shot. We want to play inside out. You know, we're high school kids. I have middle school guys. Want to get fouled. Go. Oh, come on, keep going, guys. I'm going to talk to them. Yeah, good. This is, I saw LeBron James do this so well. If LeBron James perfected this. Don't fake, number 5. Good. Step. Good. Jab. Good. Good. Stop. That's good. Give my hand and step up. Now let's just look. You know, if we have 2 more basketballs, how many more basketballs do we have? No. Yeah, 2 guys down there with basketball. 2 guys down there with basketball. What's the game? 3 guys down there with the line. This is something I got from Troy D, who was playing at San Diego. He ended up playing at Santa Barbara. All right. Go to those guys. So these 3 guys are working together down the baseline. Coach, you like this in a run and gun system. Those 3 guys, these 3 guys are working together. Raise your hand. You 3, okay? The middle 3 are working together. Raise your hand. The 3 and the outside 3. Outside 3. Okay, so what we're doing is I say, go. You're sprinting into and catch the free throw. Shot, pop up, shot, hold the ball through, go the other way. Don't rebound it. This is full court shooting, full court running. I like the conditioning piece. And we get to say first guy to free makes. You guys are just shooting there, shot, shot, shot. You guys pass and rebound, send me on. Go! First guy to free makes. Wait for this to me. Here. That's one. All right, stop. So it's like 2 guys there to rotate over there. Let's go. Let's go. Go. So okay, just condition around the floor. You can make this in the 3-point shots. You can make the passes close out. But we like to do this in the way the condition is up. We don't like the condition without shooting. We're not good enough shooters to shoot without these. All right, stop. We'll give you 3-point shots. 3-point shots. 6 guys. 3-point shots. Let's go. So this is that's great conditioning thing. Something to play with. Bring it. All right, so go. We got baseline here. Baseline there. All right. Here's something I got from a Brandon mentor, Herb Lindsay. It's called Warrior Girls. I think it's called the Unquote 100. You can get it. I'll tell you. I left my email address and I left my cell phone if you want to contact me on any of these things. First guy out, well, single file line, we got to pass it. All right, we do this on both sides. Single file line and pass it. Single file line over here, the G, single file line, and the pass. We have a passer with the ball. Okay. First guy's going to run around the chair. He's going to run around the chair. He's going to sprint around the chair. He's going to turn the corner. This is a player development type thing. We're gonna give him a left-hand layup. He's gonna go left-hand layup. We're gonna pass the rebound. He's gonna back flip it right in here. And he's gonna come in for a 15-footer and boom. And then he's gonna back flip one more time. And then you're gonna slam the ball to the ground. High point it. And make a power. All right, let's try that. First go. All right, you do all the same. So let's watch this side first. Go. So this is player development off season. This is a lot of. This is the way the 18th training back pedal. So it's working leg, 15-footer, 15-footer. Back pedal again. Pull it out. Slam it down. Okay. Good. Pass is going to be the runner, and let's pass. Let's compete. Let's say you get 2 points for making a left-hand layup. You get 2 points for the 15-footer, and you get 2 points if you make a power layup. Both sides going simultaneously. Go! So this is again player development off season. NBA teams don't use ladders. You know, they kind of do things that look like games. And you can do anything if you have different looks. Slam it. Go get it. Go get it. Next guy go. Next guy go. And so we might compete against each other. We might compete against each other. Good. Back pedal, back pedal, back pedal, back pedal, back pedal. Give me the ball. Good. Shot. Back pedal to the back. Good. Good. Next guy, go. Go. Good. Back pedal. Stop. Good. Let's go to the next group. Next group. Next group. Good. Next group. Just show you one other thing. Let's say you have some curl. Let's say pin down. Let's say you have some pin down action. So let's go left-hand layup, and then let's go with a 3, and then let's have you come here, touch the corner, and come off what would be a pin down. We got it? So we're going to do 3 shots on. First shot is left-hand layup, right-hand layup. Second shot is a 3. Third shot is a pin down. All right? Go! So the pin down is touching the corner coming off it. Then layup, we'll hit each other. Go, back pedal, let's go, back pedal. Back pedal, hit the 3, hit the 3. Good. Now go clean that corner. Come up and hard, curl it, and now we can make it 2. Good, stop. All right, give these guys a round of applause. Guys can get all that. Good job. Good job. Hey, sorry. Everyone. You and any other team. I average time now. Difference in players and different. It's greater than different coaches. Right? But also, so make yourself all stars by doing something. We're talking about this kind of make sure this is good. It's like this for coaches. All right. It's team on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey, so I just want to end it there. I showed you like smorgasbord. These are a lot of the player development stuff we do. We do with middle school players, so I know it works for high school players. I've done middle school for the last 12 years. Life got complicated when I had a child, and so I needed to spend more time at home. But does anybody have questions? I love watching basketball. I learn stuff all the time. This has been a great clinic. Does anybody have questions about any of these things? I just gave you a quick smorgasbord. Yeah.
In your opinion, who's a better player, Andrew Bogut or Marcus?
Andrew Bogut would have been the better player, but he broke his elbow. We had a big debate. I think you were right about Aldridge. You were right about Aldridge. He was better, but he faded away too much for me. Anybody have questions or comments? Yeah, Coach.
Thoughts on like strong foot pivot?
Yeah.
You would do both.
Yeah, I think I like to do both at elbows. I like to do both inside. What I prefer is a permanent pivot foot when I'm catching an inside-outside 3. But it's really up to your philosophy. You know, at basketball, you go to a camp like this, you listen to what Luke said, and I like a lot of what Luke talked about. So it fits for but you have to put it on, say, is this my philosophy? I watch a lot of teams play, and we're trying to play winning basketball. In my mind, it's really physical. So who's my paradigm? Tom Izzo's my paradigm. So when I went to go see his practice, it vibed with me. Whereas some of you might say, I like Nate Oates, and it's fine, but you have to decide how you want to play. And for me, You know, I like defense, I like scoring the paint, and I like actually pressing too, and I like real physical play. So we get all our players lifting weights. That the success Luke and I had in our program was we had lifting weights in summer, and then we did a lot of skill building, and then we played a lot. And we played against grown men who you have to displace because the game is an invasion game, right? It's about creating space and taking it away. And so all the things we're doing, like when I have players that aren't attacking my hip, I said, well, that's not going to work against Norman Powell, against Klay Thompson, against Damian Lillard. We played those guys like that's not working against them. So we're trying to play against the best people. And so we're trying to, whatever, you know, I'm taking your point and making it bigger. It's like figure out what fits your scheme. You know, not everything is going to fit it. But this is the stuff that I took from Rick Pitino and from different people that I really like. And so I would say choose how you want to do it, but there's no one answer. Luke?
Yeah. So let's say you're mid-season, you know, you're in the schedule of games and all that. How much time, how important is this to you? How much time are you dedicating on average in the practice to this skill development?
We're not doing the individual stuff that you saw at the end. That's warrior drills. That's from my mentor and friend Herb Lives. He's a scout with the Nuggets. That's off season. But we're doing finishing every single day. I got suburban kids from La Jolla who have 4-car garages, right? Think about that. We got to be, we're not going to be faster. Luke and I coach these guys. We were always the bottom of the tier, would you agree? Physicality and also speed and quickness. And we didn't shoot because we were multi-sport athletes. They would play water polo or what's another sport, lacrosse or baseball. And so we had to take whatever we could get. And we decided physically, well, first of all, you change the mind. And you lift weights, it changes your body, it changes your thinking, right? Coach football, it changes how you think. So we were big into weight training. And two is we had to put physicality in every, so the staple of our was we were man on hip every single day. And even with my middle school guys who were 5'2" and 5'1" every single day. And then we were really skill building. So we spent 30 minutes in skill building. And I got that from one of my friends, Tom Tarantino, and from Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino spent 42 minutes every single day. I met him one time, and he said every time. Now, he has 2 practices in his college, but skill building is essential. And finishing off 2 feet and getting the paint, or else what are you running actions for? I mean, it's great to have actions, but if you don't have players. So we had to make the players. And the other thing I said is summer is the golden time. I told these guys, this is how you get better. You know, as great as your coach is, and this guy is committed and great, it's what they do in summer that's going to help them get better, because everybody progresses at relatively the same amount during the season because you have the same amount of time. Now is when you can get crazy. So we used to go an hour and a half of lifting with this great strength coach at Bishop's, and we used to play a Wednesday summer league every single Wednesday, and we practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we play every weekend at UCSD San Diego State. So we get engaged. And then year-round pickup ball. Luke, and I'm going to say this, had hops back in the day. Luke Stuckey could fly. And so we had guys, and I would pick guys like Luke, and he'd be my practice squad. Always hire really athletic assistant coaches, but he'd be my practice squad. So a lot of times he was out there practicing against our top 5, and they couldn't guard him. But that was important because they couldn't guard the guys at Lincoln either, or Cathedral or Uni. So we always did skill building, and I think it's a major staple of what we did. And that's how guys got better. But they didn't have a lot of time to do it because we didn't have guys who were full-time basketball players. We had to, get them going in summer. I think that was essential. But great question. I'd say 30 minutes. It's a staple. Shooting, finishing is so critical because if kids don't feel comfortable, I don't know about you guys, but we didn't have club basketball. I'm 56. We played against men. So I was talking to my buddy a couple of days ago. I said, bring your middle schoolers and they're playing against your high school. How they get hurt? Like we were middle schoolers playing against grown men, not 17-year-olds, but 28-year-olds, who give you at the park. So we didn't have indoor and outdoor shoes. We just had shoes. These guys, I can't wear these out there. So I think teaching them how to play physically is a requirement if that's how you expect to be. When I went to Izzo's practice, Draymond was a chubby freshman. He was about 280 at the time. He was eating too many Big Macs. But I saw Draymond assault somebody and nobody batted an eyelash because they did the war drill where they just shot the ball up and they just went. And Izzo, what was the first thing you think he talked about in the huddle when I went? What was the first thing at the practice he talked about? What do you think? What do you think it was? Rebounding. Rebounding, because that's their emphasis. So I'd say pick a coach, pick a style of play that you can be successful. To me, defense, rebounding, running, inside play. Hey, if we could shoot, great, but we don't have Ferraris. We got Toyota Camrys and things like that. We're not going to just light it up all the time. We're going to try to play inside out. So anybody else have a question? And so I gave you my contact information. I'm happy to talk to you. The biggest thing I would say is go see people. We got a great speaker coming up now. I'm excited about Coach coming up, but go see people and contact me. Here's my email. I put my practice plan in, even though I hand wrote it, I didn't type it. And you can email me or call me, and I'm happy to talk to you about it. And it's a pleasure for me to be here. I want to thank our athletic director who has all the right, because this is a brotherhood. And I really appreciate being part of it, even though I'm all the way in San Diego, a tough area. So thank you very much. That's a great day, man. Thanks for being here.
Okay, our last speaker, is Tyler Tostin. How many people have heard of lock left defense? Raise your hand if you've heard of lock left. Okay, well, you're gonna meet the OG of lock left defense today. He's gonna talk about small-sided games as well. He's the founder of Savvy Basketball, which is an awesome organization that if you guys aren't a part of it now, I'd encourage you to be a part of that. Learning basketball, learning community there. But looking forward to hearing Coach Costin.
Awesome, appreciate it.
Folks, yeah, we've been sitting for a while. We're gonna get up, we're gonna get moving, but we're gonna start, and I'm just gonna ask you guys to get a little uncomfortable right here, because I want to try to move the group together a little bit, if you will humor me. If coaches, you guys can stay where you are. Gentlemen, athletes, you can maybe move to the center. If I could ask all of you guys, maybe take the athlete spot over here, just so we can get a little bit tighter real quick. Just for our start, I appreciate it. And if you need to stretch your legs, 30 seconds, stand up and stretch your legs, so everybody gets situated. There's no stuff to sit for a while. Appreciate you guys. I won't make you sit on the bleachers long, coaches, okay? Just get humor for 10 minutes. Looks like it's a little closer. Athletes, I do want you to listen, so stay close so far. As you guys are getting situated, go to your phones, scan that QR code if you want to. We recently built the coach personality test. We interviewed about 500 coaches that we worked with to put all coaches into 5 personality types. It's funny, the coach was talking about Tom Izzo. I think that Tom Izzo will fit under the competitor coach personality type. And we kind of went through, and there's 5 personality types: the CEO, the teacher coach, the guru, the connector, and the competitor. We all have all 5 personality types, but what do you revert to as your go-to tool under pressure? It's pretty interesting, and it also tells you what red flags and blind spots you might need to look out for. Feel free to share that with some friends. It's pretty fun. It's kind of like 5 love languages, but for basketball players. Okay, it's good stuff. All right, thank you for having me, Luke. My name is Tyler, and I'm excited to share with you about lock left and small-sided games. And this is going to be interactive. In a bit, I'm going to have you get up. We're going to talk. We're going to discuss. I'm actually going to have you give some feedback to some of the players as we use small-sided games to install the lock left defense. Before I get started, I'll just give you 30 seconds about me. When I was done playing, I got to coach college basketball for 5 years. I left college coaching to help build Point Guard College for 16 years. About 5.5 years ago, I left Point Guard College to start Savvy Coaching, where I coach coaches and we're on a mission to revolutionize the way the game is taught and played. And really that comes from my own playing and coaching experience, which I love basketball. We're all here because we love basketball. And unfortunately, my most joy-filled moments in basketball never really came in a season being a part of a team. My most joyful moments came in pickup, open gyms, training on my own in the gym. And I always felt like I was fighting my coach. Like they were handcuffing me. I couldn't be myself. And I want to revolutionize that, both for coaches' experiences, because you feel like you're fighting parents and sometimes the players, right? And players sometimes feel like they're fighting each other and all their stakeholders. I don't think that should be what the expression of what we love should actually be about. And so that's why I started Savvy, and hopefully even how we approach things here, how we implement the lock left defense or offense or whatever it is you do, hopefully we can make it a more joy-filled experience for everyone. And so I'm going to start out with a story that I hope can help us make a more joyful experience. Then we'll circle up, we'll do an exercise, then we'll get you guys to work, and we'll be playing some games in order to learn this thing that we call the lock left defense. Okay, do me a favor, raise your hand if you've ever heard the name Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain. All right, beautiful. So who can tell me what Wilt Chamberlain is best known for? 100-point game. What'd you say? 100-point game. You are correct. 100-point game. Is that, what do you say? Number of children? Exactly. Exactly. Absolutely. So you're correct. 100-point game. So that's a follow-up question. And like all answers are welcome. I know you guys did a great job of asking questions. Feel free to throw answers, right, wrong, or otherwise. We're gonna have some fun with it. Does anyone know what was very unique about Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game? Any guesses? Something unique about his 100-point game.
No pill.
What's that?
That's fake.
No, don't stop. I've been, what was that?
It's fake.
It was, well, there was not video of it, so it's kind of like the new Monday Night Wrestling. What's that? That maybe you actually don't know that stat. That's not the one I've been getting. Was that? Probably true, but still unstoppable. Yes, we should walk him back. I feel you. Okay, yeah. Okay, so here's the information that I know. Wilt Chamberlain went 28 for 32 from the free throw line for that game. And he was historically a terrible free throw shooter, like sub 50%. In fact, one of his early coaches told him if he could make free throws, they would never lose a game again. Because he was so unstoppable at that time that opposing teams would just bring on like goons just to foul him every time he touched the ball so that the other team had a chance to win the game because they knew that it was like half a shot for half a shot. So up until that point, he was a historically terrible free throw shooter. But in that game, that was the first game, something crazy changed. Does anybody know what changed about his free throws in that game besides the fact that he made them? It was the first game he rolled out the underhand free throw. So in the offseason, Rick Barry actually taught him to shoot free throws underhand for the season prior. That was the first game that he rolled it out. He went from being a sub 50% free throw shooter to shooting over 85% in that game. The very next game, he scored 72 points, also shooting over 80% from the free throw line, also shooting underhand. Let me ask my guy, what's your name?
Brendan.
Brendan? All right, Brendan, after scoring 100 points and 72 points shooting underhand, do you think he should have continued shooting underhand? Yes or no? Not a trick question. Yes. Do you think he did?
No.
He stopped shooting underhand. He never shot underhand again, went back to shooting overhand, and went back to being a sub 50% free throw shooter the whole rest of his career. Why? It's crazy. Was that? Exactly right. So in his memoir, he actually wrote that he knew he was a better player and he knew he was a more effective player shooting underhand, but he didn't want to look foolish. In his words, he didn't want to look like a sissy. He cared more about the perception of others than what could actually give himself and his team their best chance to win. And the reason I always like to start with that story when I get to be around a group is because I think we need to like overcome that barrier to be the best we can be. To be the best we can be as coaches, the best we can be as players, is we have to actually eliminate what I call the disease of me. And I think that's the biggest barrier that holds coaches back. I think it's the biggest barrier that holds athletes back. The disease of me is where you care more about yourself and how you look to people and your status than actually being as good as you can be. And for coaches, oftentimes it comes down to like trying new things. Like we feel more comfortable with the tools that we have developed over time, even if we know it's something else or something new or someone else's perspective, or open ourselves up to feedback can actually make us better. We're unwilling to do that because we're trying to protect ourselves and our status. And so I'm probably going to introduce and ask the players to do some things and ask coaches to consider some things that are different than how you've done them. And just because they're different doesn't mean it's better, or doesn't mean it's worse. It just means that it's different. And the best coaches are the ones that are willing to explore new ideas the most. And so that's what I'm going to ask you to do today. Players, I'm going to ask you to play defense and do some things different than you've ever done before. And I'm just going to ask that you experiment with me. And if I say something different than what your coaches have said, if I say something different than what the other presenters have said, it doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It just means we're going to experiment a little bit today and then we're going to evaluate. It's good for us to try on, like I said. You got to follow your own close. So we're just going to try some new things today. Does that sound fair? All right, cool. So here's what I'm going to ask everybody to do next, coaches. I'm going to ask you to stand up and we'll circle up right over here if we could. And I'm going to figure out where my right. Guys, we'll stand in the circle right here. Players, you can do this too. Come get the circle. Let's stand in a circle. Players, you can join us as well. Let's get that guy's big pregame huddle right here. Beautiful. Players, I'm going to ask you to do this exact same exercise. So everybody, if you can just make sure that you're partnered up with somebody next to you, just show that you're partnered up just by standing fist to fist. So go there, fist to fist right here. Just hold that fist. So everyone has a partner. I also make sure no one's left out. Hold the fist. If you got it, I know it's weird to touch people. You got to do it, but you don't have a fist. Go find somebody. Yeah, go find somebody else to need a fist. I'll let you once if you need to. You're good. You don't have anybody? Good. Are you? Who's your partner? You can't do a tripod. All right, good. All right, you drop the fist. Right, good. All right, so here it is. I'm gonna go through what I call the stabbing method. And I think it'll be a good exercise for you guys as well. We're gonna get into small-sided games, but like small-sided games isn't where we want to start. It's actually just being a savvy coach. And savvy is spelled S-A-V-V-Y, spelled S-A-V-I. Savvy just means to have deep knowledge of something, to understand something. As Luke says, like, hey, you can become savvy with this pattern or this move, right? It's you have a deep knowledge of it. And at savvy coaching, we try to help coaches be savvy. So it is an acronym, and the S stands for simplicity. Simplicity wins. And so in small-sided games, I'm gonna go through and give you an example of something that hopefully you can apply through the 4 levels of the savvy method. So here's simplicity, okay? It's called 3 O's. Whenever you're introducing an activity or a small-sided game, I'm gonna challenge you as a coach. You guys can be coaches right now, and if you love the game, you'll probably end up coaching if you won't be play forever. Right? Okay. Good. Yes, we're feeling that now. You're still playing. That shot was beautiful. Actually, I just want to see it again. All right. So the 3 O's are this, okay? Objective, organize, and observe. Objective, organize, and observe. So anytime you do a small-sided game, the first thing we're going to start with is what's the objective of this? Start with why. Because if we can play the exact same game and have a myriad of different objectives, but if we're playing 3 out of 3, what's your focus? To score, what's your focus? What's your focus? Okay, what's your focus? Okay, what's your focus? What's your focus? Okay, so now we have competing objectives here, right? And so how are we going to move forward? Right? We have to have an aligned objective. Also, to score and to play defense are way too broad. I have to get more specific as well, right? So here's the first challenge with your partner. I want you to tell them 2 things. 1, what is your favorite go-to drill? In fact, if you had to set up and run a drill for all the coaches right now, right here, if you had to do that, you're going to use that drill and you say, what's the objective of that drill? Also, Rick Pitino, you have to say it in 7 seconds or less. Coach Pitino had a rule. He said his assistant coaches could not talk in practice unless they could articulate their teaching point in 7 seconds or less. So, for example, we're going to run dominoes and we're going to focus on 2 outs. Okay, I said what we were doing and what our objective was, right? We're going to go 2v2 lock, we're going to focus on pickleball jail. We're going to go 3v3 FIBA, and we're going to focus on offensive rebound, tag it up. Okay, so we said our drill and our objective. Okay, one person gets 7 seconds, the other person gets 7 seconds, and you have to say more than offensive points. Whenever we start something for the rest of my time, I'll say what we're doing, you'll echo what we're doing. 2 claps means go. So I'm going to say objective. Everyone will echo objective. We'll clap twice if we start talking. What questions do we have? Objective. And that was what we're going to do. I say objective, you say objective, then we clap twice. It's really hard. Objective. Objective. Stop talking. Here you go. And time. That was 14 seconds. That's all the time you have. Okay, here's the second O that I would encourage you to plan for. So like you all have a practice plan. Coach had a great practice plan. It's great. This is what I write down in my practice plan, right? What is it? What's our objective? And then how we organize it. And this is why I don't like a lot of drills. I prefer small-sided games. Because whenever you introduce a new drill, guess what they have to learn? Drill. Right? It takes a long time. It's like time we could actually get better. So I would actually suggest that your drill book shrink, simplicity wins, right? And that your objectives maybe expand. So we do the same thing on multiple things. I always think through all the great stuff that you were doing, Coach. I'm like, oh, and you can do this out of that pattern, and you can do this, right? Which you have all those things as well, but you don't have to teach them the rotations again. And all of us have found this, like, too. We players are like, well, where do I rotate next? Where do I go next? I would encourage you with your organization to eliminate rotations. Meaning there is no rules with rotations. It's just a C space, attack space, because we're trying to prioritize reps over time. And when there are no rules for rotations, guess what that produces in the players? Actually, lots of players. If you don't know where to go, and you have to figure out where to go, what are you going to do? Okay, go find out. Scott, what are you going to do? Okay, what are you going to do? Look at the ball. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Okay, guess what none of them said? None of them said dog. Which is what they're supposed to do, right? Which is what they're supposed to do. That's how you solve problems. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Okay, all right, good. Right? So next is gonna be organization. So when we organize, I would say don't focus on rotation, focus on what we actually need. So for example, let's see if we can do this here. And when you organize, I would encourage you to follow the rule of 3-10-30. 3-10-30 is how I would encourage you to set up any drill or game. 3, never get more than 3 teaching points. 10, never do something longer than 10 minutes. 30, always get started within 30 seconds. All right, you guys ready to play? Okay, so here it is. We need 4 lines and 1 ball. Lines are corners and slots. 1 ball is underneath the rim. I'm gonna say dominoes. You're gonna echo dominoes. We're gonna clap twice. What question do you have? Dominoes.
No, ball goes up.
Coaches, give them a rating on their urgency, their communication, their organization from a thumbs up to excellent to mediocre to down. Give them a rating. Okay, yeah, I say mediocre. Who's got one teaching point form that we want to see done better? Who's got
Sprint to smile.
sprint to spots? Who got another one?
Someone take charge.
Someone talk and take charge. Anything else? Okay, here's what I would say. I like energy in the gym. If anyone bring noise, like let's go, let's play. Now, anybody do that? And I would say you didn't quite that look like a championship team. Coaches, don't get run over. I'm gonna say dominoes, you're gonna do the same thing, but you're gonna do it at that end. What questions do you have? Before you go, turn to the person next to you and tell them which of those 3 things will give you 3 teaching points. Which of those 3 things you're gonna do better? Are you gonna sprint? Are you gonna talk? Or are you gonna bring encouragement and noise? Tell someone. Yeah, and I'm thinking dominoes will do it at that end. Don't hurt anybody. Dominoes!
Dominoes.
Wow, what coach? Give him a rating. Give him a rating. Like so much better. So all we did was give them an objective, right? The first time I was organized, the second time I gave them an objective, like we got to get better at these 3 things. But we did get set up. Now, where did those new objectives come from, coaches? It's the 3rd O in the bullet. Objective. Yes. I observed what their natural state was. This was their natural state. Doug Collins is someone that I've learned a lot from. I asked him one time at a Final Four. He was just sitting down having a meal with me. I said, "How would you define coach?" And the coach said, like he said, a coach is someone that constantly redefines the player's comfort zones. If players are staying comfortable, we're not doing our job, right? But we have to observe them, know how we are going to change it. Coach Luke said something about space here. He loves to play on 3-point line, right? Yeah. Okay, nice. Now I'm going to put you on stand on this. Okay, so you just executed. Do you consider yourself a leader? Kinda. You do. I really want to know. Okay, so let me just coach you. If you consider yourself a leader, you've never changed you. You always change someone. You've changed you. Look here. Good. Now, nice. So that's level 1 leadership. You've led one person. Use his name a little bit more. Good. Okay. But now level 2 leader would lead multiple people. Okay, good, nice. And then a level 3 leader would do it in advance. And you did it out. Does that make sense? All right, beautiful. Let's get back to our circle, everybody. Real quick. That was good. So that would be the 3 O's. They're great. Awesome. All right. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to go back to your original partners right here. We did our 7-second or less soundbite with our objective. Now what I'm gonna ask you to do with that same person is I'm going to ask you to share an organizational piece. So what I consider these guys are like, this is how we do what we do, right? We do it with sprinting, we do it with communication, and we do it with noise. What is your standard in your program of how you want your players to organize or to set up games or set up drills? Go ahead and tell your partner. You guys can lose a few more minutes. Is it talk?
Like I said, you know, so you're getting all sweated. That's all.
All right, well, hold on. Okay, so the A stands for adversity. Adversity, all right? And this whole concept of adversity is understanding that messing wins. The difference between, and again, I'm not going to publicly hate on Shelton right now. There's many good outcomes of Shelton. But my problem with traditional Shelton, where we hold the ball until people are in position, and then we wait until the coach says pass, and we hold the ball to someone else in position, is it just doesn't transfer very well to the game. Because the games don't allow for that. Whereas if we didn't restrict the offense and we just played a game out of it, it's going to look really bad. Our position is going to be bad. We're going to be getting beat. We're not going to move quickly. We're not going to talk because our brains are overloaded. It looks messy, but it's savvy we believe that mess is actually where you improve. Whereas we don't improve in a kind environment. So the reasoning behind a small-sided game, a game is where you keep score. A game is where you have a live defender with maybe some sort of constraint. With the idea is that it's actually going to transfer to games, even though it doesn't look great. A lot of times we as coaches, if we're thinking back to the Will Chamberlain thing, we want to look good. Like we think that a good looking practice makes us a good coach. And it doesn't, right? An effective practice is one that transfers to games where your team actually improves, right? So here's an example of this, real quick. Gentlemen, we'll go back to Domino's. Domino's is leading this game that we're about to play, okay? And it's the same format that I just showed you. We got one more, we're going to cover 4 spots, right? So I'm going to say Domino's, you're back to Domino's, stop flex, we'll get set up. Domino's! Yeah, not bad. All right, so here it is. This is super messy. It's gonna look just.
Yeah, I need 3.
But here's the deal. You can't mess this up. Whatever happens is supposed to happen. I'm gonna observe our coaching. So this is our objective now. We want to make sure that we only shoot 9s. Going back to shot selection, we'll be as savvy. We call them open layup. We call them 9 out of 10. There's no such thing as 10 because have you ever missed an open layup? That's why. So a 9 is an open layup if they're on our back of our head. All right? Here's how it goes. 2 out. Keep click. Boom. Boom. Pause. Every pass out is opposed up. You're the defender. You're the defender there. You're the defender there. Yeah, good. Every pass up is opposed down. You're the defender here. Good. On this 2 out catch, you're live. Go get yourself a 9. Pause. If you can't get yourself a 9, the only place you can pass to is a corner, either corner. Okay? As soon as you get them off the 3-point line, go. Get on the 3-point line. Go. Good. You're 1-on-3. If you don't touch the 9, yeah. If you don't 9, like the 4. Good. Pause. If you're getting passes, you get down. Where do you rotate to? I don't know. Okay? You got to find it somewhere, right? Good. If you pass out, where do you go? You guard up. Go. You pass up, you go down. You're good. Can't pass up. You got it? All right. Get it up. Bring your ball. Bring your ball. Squad, if you're confused, great, we're gonna figure it out. But
I'm right.
pause. Why did you not go get a 9? Because you were running a drill and not playing a game. This is why I hate drills, right? He's trying to no play basketball. Punish him. If he's confused in a game, you go and punish him. Do you want to read it? Okay, let's go. Your job is to get a 9. Can't get a 9 and pass the corner. Let's go. Nice. Any pass the corner has got to be a 2 out on the top. What's your name, number 10? Carson, we got the ball. We got the ball. Reload. Bring it up. Good. 13 in. Great job. Now you're going to start it up again. Now use your voice and tell them to get out of that. You're going to watch the loud runner. Good. That's people. Beautiful. Good. Let's go. If you're the shooter in the back, next time. Let's go. Good. Good. Come on. One. What's your name? That is hard to figure out. Matt, you got the ball. If you get the ball, you got the ball, brother. Get down here and get the basketball. Get down. Go. Get inside. Get back. Good boy. Nice. Nice. We're getting way better. Good. Carson, is that a 9? How do you know? How do you know it was an open? Exactly. Okay. If the defender's in front of you, it's no 9. So right now, it looks like the approach to this game is I didn't give teaching on the front end. I waited and observed, and then we taught on the back end. Now, without any teaching, did they get better at rotations? Yeah, because they fixed it and figured it out, which is really the skills we want to know, not the goal of a small-sided game. A small-sided game is anything other than regular 5-on-5, by my definitions. Anything other than some sort of constraint, a numbers constraint, a rules constraint, a space constraint, an action constraint, whatever. It's just constraining something other than regular 5-on-5. Now, we're gonna use this to teach a lot left, I promise, okay? But we're just learning how to run games right now. What questions do you have? No questions, let's go. So, offensive shot selection, and guess what? So is defense. So, and a 9 is an open layup. Anything like that is a 5. Put your hand up like this, guys. 5. Put it like this, or like that. Right? Hey, what's your girlfriend's name? Aaliyah. Okay. All right. Would you, if you're like thinking of dating a girl, and all your friends are like, would you date her? Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, treat the shots take like the girls you think, right? You don't get excited about 5s, right? We get excited about 9s. We want 9s. No more 5s. Good. All right. So, squad. What are we learning about ourselves? Our offensive shot selection right now. You guys are making suspect life decisions and shots. So what? So this it's not on me to place it anymore. If you see a teammate take a 5, just give them one of those so they know it doesn't stop the place. Give them one of those. If you see them out on a Saturday night, do the same thing. Here we go. Good. Good. Can't break. Can't break. Can't break. Can't break. Can't break. Can't break. Oh, ready? Can't break. Can't break. Oh, right. Good. 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 Nice. Beautiful. Good. Good. I wouldn't call that one a 5. I'd probably call that one an 8. It's second to the 2, right? All right. Let's bring it back in. We'll bring it back in. So let's first do some players. We'll keep it from the coaches. Players, let's don't box anybody out. We're not tagging that right now. We're actually not box. Don't tag out either. Players, what's something you like that's for you to learn about dominance? You like it or learn? Learn stuff. I like that. Which is how I would want my teams to play. So transition isn't just running fast at the floor. It's my definition. Transitions change. Anytime you change, basketball's a game of transition, right? There's transition from shots, from rebound to sprint back, from hedging to recovery. It's all about transition. So I want to train our players to make these transition all the time and fix it. Really, something else you'd like to learn, players? Yeah. Beautiful. I love that. Something else. Absolutely. And so I think that a small-sided game, right? You want to give enough adversity where they have to fix it on their own. If we fix it for them, I don't think it's an effective small-sided game. Right? Allow the rice to cook. Like if you make her cook rice, be good. Yeah. So if you're cooking rice, now for every minute, take the top off the rice to see if it's done. The steam escapes and it takes longer to cook. Oftentimes, as coaches, you take the top off the rice way too much. Where there, you just gotta let the rice cook. I mean, occasionally, right? You might have some soy sauce. Coaches, what's one thing that you liked or learned about dominance?
Stay on it again and figure it out.
Yeah. Beautiful. Anything else?
Be like in the courts on 5.
I surely hope so. Yes, yeah. So another, if you want to search this, we have this in our notebook in the Savvy membership as well. But another name for this is Florida Coach. That's how you first got it. But we changed dominoes. You were talking about actions, coach. I do just want to connect the dots here. I know it's talk about it, but basketball. So I believe there's 2 phases of offense: neutral and advantage. Okay, actions will be when you're neutral to create advantage. Dominoes what you do once you gain advantage. Most of us offensively spend most of our time trying to get better at neutral. Whereas I would argue, I think most player development is this, we should spend more time getting better at advantage. That belief that most teams spend most of their time on offense, trying to get better at neutral, which is running their play or developing their actions or running their offense, is why we build block left. Because the goal of block left is not just making it the left. The goal of block left is to take away the thing they want most. The thing that the opposing team wants most is to run their offense. So we want to take them out of that. We want to put them into dominoes. Dominoes is our savage term to talk about advantage, right? And you have a closing defender, call that defender a domino. It's a falling domino. And the rule for us on offense is we can never stop dominoes. We've got to always knock down the next domino, the next domino. Nothing stops the ball once we're down things, right? Defensively, you want to put players in dominoes because that's not what they practice. What they practice is what they win plays. And that's the whole philosophy behind it. Okay. I'm gonna go to the B and we'll play again here. We're gonna play the exact same game, but we're just gonna get better. The B stands for victory. And victory is defining a victory as opposed to just looking at the scoreboard for a win. And so this is related to this. Here's what I want you to do real quick. Go back to the numbers that you have before this, and I want you to think about when you have a player, you guys are setting the coaches here or teammates here, right? When you have a player that dribbles to the sideline or corner against pressure and picks up the ball, what is the first thing you take to tell them? Go ahead and tell them. Yeah. Right.
I wouldn't defend it. It is in no space. Suffocate. Trying to get yeah.
All right, I'm hearing some really good questions out there over here. It's good. You have the defending test. Let's go to the players first. What's you have a teammate in terms of support picks up the ball and someone keeps it. Okay, you said don't throw the corner. What that one? Push to the middle. I actually like that one more. Okay, so this is great. We'll go any further. Okay, I would call that one red light and that one green light. And here's what I mean by that. Red light is coaching from the place of don't, right? Don't do this negative thing. Interesting thing about human brain is it actually doesn't understand do's and don'ts. It only recognizes subject matter. Like, don't think of a white horse. Right? Right? Don't play weak, right? Don't get beat. All these things. That's all red light coaching. And so being savvy, the victory is it usually takes a cognitive leap for us to still the moment, like we're under pressure, we're stressed out. No, don't moment. Like stop doing this really stupid thing that's hurting us. So it's the first thing we said. Where if we put that's red light stuff. Where if we want to coach from green light, what should they do instead? Attack the middle, right? 2 out of the trap. Get 3 nearby available receivers. When a pass comes out of the trap, let's attack. Right? Get in a powerful position. Pass the little bit windows. These are all the green light expression. Victory is define your green lights, don't fixate on the red lights. We've all been in practice things where the coach is just basically commentating on everything that the team is doing wrong. Right? I have been that coach, right? It's so hard not to. And so that's what victory is. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to define the victory of dominoes for us. And this is when we're starting to get the lock left. And it's the highest and its simplest principle. Here's lock left in 2 sentences. Okay? We're going to make every catch a dribble and every dribble pass. That's it. How do you do that? That's what we spend, years refining. Make every catch a dribble and make every dribble pass. So now, Joe, every time that there is a catch, so now it goes to 9s and 7s. Okay, I'm just putting numbers and everything that we're talking about the type of shots that we want. 9s are open shots at the rim. 7s are open 3s off the catch. Those are 9s and 7s. Okay, you can get a 9 or a 7. If you catch here and you're holding, you're rush. Defense now. If you pass out, you need to fly because you have to make that catch through. And then we'll make sure we get to the wall, coaches to the walls, where I've help position on a low man and help the one that's occupying the restricted area or the slide on a polished board that's all that the wall. Okay, the wall's job is to make sure that every dribble is pass. Close, every catch dribble, but wall that and pass. So now we're taking a defensive focus to dominoes. What questions do you have? Dominoes. Big trip. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Great job making that catch a dribble. Next time, you got to make this dribble pass. Got it? All right, well, let's go. Take the dribble. Take the dribble. Once you take the dribble, your job's done. Once you make your dribble, your job's done. Ooh, about that. Okay, okay. Once you make it, drop it. Inside. What? Whoa. What? I fucking read it up. I'm going to buy that. Good. Okay. Let me just pause on that real quick. Look, so I don't want to stop and coach that. And when I didn't say anything, what did the other players do? Oh, we talked, right? And when they teach it, two people learn. When I teach it, one person does. Because if I'm not talking to the other team, they're just zoned out. The other players are zoned out. So I will want to give them a chance to fix it themselves, unless it's something that I haven't already taught. Then I need to pause and teach. Slightly. All right. Whoa. Yeah. Wait, let me triple. Wait, pass. Good. Make the triple. Good. Pass. Good. Make the triple. Make the triple. Oh, damn. Damn. All right. What? You guys have time for one more team. Yeah. Make every dribble it's the left hand. You lose if they shoot it or if they dribble the right hand. So our goal now, our top of the post, make every next dribble that dribble pass. Our secondary goal is we want to get the ball to jail. Jail is an area of the floor that we define as the left corner outside of the 3-point line, below the free throw line extended. That's jail. So first off, we want the opponent to shoot our shots. Okay? Our shots are no 9s and no 7s. Everything else, we're cool with it. We're going to give up mid-range balls all day long. We're going to run people off the 3-point line and we're going to get the ball. Okay? So that's our shots. Second is our stops. If we can get the ball to jail, that allows us to overload and keep the ball on one side of the floor. Because the more ball reverses, or what we call it sagging crossing the street, the more times they cross the street, the higher the effective field goal percent of the offense is. So we're going to get jail and get jail. So now when you say make every catch a dribble, make sure it's a left-handed dribble. If you don't know how to make a left-handed dribble, attack them with your left hand and your left foot. Also, you're allowed to fly by, just give it all the I really hate close outs, by the way. You guys like close outs? Pass one over, close out. Yeah, you definitely hate close outs. Does anybody know how to coach traditional close out? High hands, chop your feet. Show. Oh, let's talk about close outs. Good. Okay. I didn't say nothing to that. Okay. Instead, I'll teach you right now. Okay, this is good. As I come back in here again, I'll group 3, 1 ball for 3. Group 3, 1 ball for 3. If you guys are getting tired, sit down. If you want to say anything again. Sherman, group 3, 1 ball for group 3. I need to. I'm pretty good. All right. So this business takes the ball and going back and keeps you. I have to do a little work with her. Gentlemen, opportunity to space on the center circle. This is called a skin. All right. So in between your small sided games, if you identify something that needs to be taught or something you train, we just do a skinny. I want to grab that chair off the floor for me, and you can hold my a skinny is in really, really tight space. It's not very game-like, so we maximize reps per minute, and we can really focus on teaching. So there's a closeout skinny. What's your number? Cool. I'm tired. Back up. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to close off. And a close off is a sprint and sit. We actually want to get the dribble not by our height, by getting our hand above the ball, but by our proximity, by getting into their body. We want to sprint sit the same way we run. You guys can run lines. You go to the side, you go school like that. I love that. Beautiful. Okay. So the same way we would make a turn, well, turn to run, it's the exact same way that they would close off. So watch my feet. Step forward. Okay. As they toss, I spread the same. I'm leading in the direction of the drive. My left foot is a program, right foot, so right. It's something from east and west, right? Okay, so sprint and sit. Off the sprint and sit. Feel like you shoot that? No. I never need to raise it out of my sand. Do not want to raise it. If we aren't close enough to sprint and sit, then we'll fly by. Then we'll just leave you flying by. It's somebody else's problem. At least we make it catch the dribble. So that's like the baseline of the off that, right? So we're just working on under cutoffs, watch speed here, sprint safety. Good. Bring out another catch. Try that again. Good. Yeah. So it's all the best part. Now, once I touch your shoulder, you get the same thing. Not bad. See more. Here we go. Back. Okay, here we'll back up. Watch my feet. See if you can copy it. I'm going to teach right. Watch my feet. Ready? Better, what else? It's better. Look at your left foot. Where do you think you want him to go to his left? Throw your left foot in. We'll keep watching. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, looks like he made a blow shot. He made a blow shot. Well, there was one person who looked at it. Oh, yeah, good. Nice. Let's try to put out a leap. Let's try to go to a straight and stop. So instead of our hips going up, we're going down. Okay. Yes. You want to. All right, pause. What coaching do you have? You want to see him do it again? Yeah. What coach do you have? Yeah, you want to do that? So you should say, don't do that?
Instead.
So much better. Good. Any other coach before? I think it ran in. Yeah. Nice. Good. So now let's get everybody just skate this for 30 seconds. Go through and ask you to do. Break up so we get like 3 coaches observing each group. You'll observe for 30 seconds and you'll give some one-on-one coaching. So can I give to, I think those 4 coaches watching here, if this coach is watching here. I'm gonna say close off. You'll echo close off. But the reason I call it say close off instead of close out is because every coach is taught close out like that, and we don't want to do that. We want to close off. It's just like, close off. Close off. Good. Look at that. Almost. Good. Coach, grab one-on-one conversation. Grab the player, coach him up. Grab the player, let's go. Everybody pick one, two, one, try to help them out. Go. Find somebody. Yeah. 5 seconds. Good, and hold down. One other small thing. This is actually been Teach Like a Champion. I was so thankful to Lakeson for 3.0. I heard 1.0. But most players are really good at receiving feedback, but really bad at implementing feedback. So receiving feedback, tell me that I need to use more product in my hair. Yes, sir. And then I show up tomorrow and guess what I didn't do? I didn't put any product in my hair, right? And so like one of the most common weaknesses for us as coaches is we see them nod and we think we talk, right? Or we say, you get it, you got it, right? No, it's like show. So this is showing time. Once like we give coaching and move on. And it doesn't waste the opportunity for them to implement immediately as quickly as they can implement good, right? So we want them to do it right now, but negative would be if we have really, really long lines and players are getting 1 rep and then rotating out before they get another rep. We're getting feedback. There's so much time between the 2 reps. It's hard for them to recall what it felt like. That's why I would go minimum 3 reps whenever you're trying to get an individual to learn or read or implement a technique so that they can implement right away. So we're gonna go back in 30 seconds. What's the goal ready? Who told you that? You say thank you. You don't have to say thank you, just do it right. Okay. All right, so all of you now have a focus. Now it's just like offense, defense, right? We have an objective. So I'm gonna say it goes off, I'm gonna close off. The focus is not speed. The focus right now is implementing the feedback. I say close off, you say close off, clockwise. Close off. Close off. Good. 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 Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Good. Good. Coach, make it better. I guess I'm like dominoes, in these curveball we talked about, it's not really clap twice. One thing that we do for efficiency, whenever I work with a team, nobody moves till we clap twice, so I'm gonna be locked in till the end. But once we clap twice, you never have to wait on when we say go. You guys can maximize your own time, each gels for your own time and get reps. But let's see if we can make every next dribble with that close off technique on both sides of the floor. Because we don't care about middle or baseline, we only care about jam. Wherever the ball is, we gotta get north jam. Dominoes! Enjoy it, enjoy it, enjoy it, enjoy it. Don't think about small time to do 16, right? You got right, get up the layup. You can stick the foot off and you don't get out of the shot.
Set it back up. Play all thing.
Good.
That was a great move, right? Sorry.
All right, question. What are we doing well at? I think offense is doing a pretty good job of complete ball. Right? Way better than the beginning. What do we need to improve right now? Was that talking? I think would help, and talking would help us do what? Yeah, and I'm gonna use the word close off. I know what you meant, right? I think we'd be able to, so I think let's give reminders to anyone that makes the pass off the corner. Close off. Everybody say close off. That's what you say. Even better. Brendan, close off. So when Brendan makes his first pass, let's practice as soon as he makes that. Brendan, close off. Brendan, close off. Brendan, where do we want the ball on defense? Jail. Brendan, where's jail? Okay, yeah. Okay, so Brendan, if you were a staffing player and you wanted the ball to jail, which side of the floor would you prefer to pass? Your side, yeah. Yes. Yes. Make it jail. Yes. Good. Good. You did your job. You did your job. You did your job. Well done. Oh. What's up? More rep. Get it on. Good. Beautiful. So, one of the things I like about this thing is all the moves who have both offense and this is making us better about the same thing like we're talking about. Better keep it. I didn't want to that's the other guy.
Ready, close down.
From one side of the ball, we're game one.
Ready, stay there. Right.
Oh, good job. I think we're bringing this up right now. The I in savvy stands for identity. And identity basically is what are you going to fully commit to? And what we believe savvy means like if you dabble in lots of different things, it's going to be really, really hard to achieve excellence. Whatever your identity is, whether it be pack line, walk left, running, whatever, like fully commit to it so that it's completely natural. We talked about we can teach how to play and not play. I say that's an identity, right? Another aspect of identity would be give principles and not rules. So a principle would be make every catch a dribble and every dribble a pass, right? Whereas a rule would be put your left foot high up sometimes, right? It's kind of zoomed out when more it's about an outcome, and we let them figure it out. I got to go and look at Seattle Storm in their preseason training about 4 years ago, and I was blown away after 2 days of their preseason camp. They hadn't talked about their defensive system at all. So we're gonna coach the meeting. I was just kind of like another step, right? Like, and so like when you're gonna put in your defensive philosophy, Like, we don't tell people how to guard ball screens, we don't tell people rotations, and said, we find that it increases communication and their creative problem solving is much harder to game plan for and creates what we believe is going to be like a team defense as opposed to always have to have any goals. That would be my mind. I'm not suggesting you go all the way there, but it did move a little bit. Like, oh, I want to be a little bit more graceful, a little bit less loose. I think that's part of an identity. The last thing is establishing standards of how you do what you do. That's an identity. And you all have that, whether you are intentional about it or not. But let me ask you guys, what are some standards around how I like to do things, players? What have we implemented so far as far as standards? If we got one. Yeah. Block left, I'd say block left is an identity. Let's talk a little bit more about like how we do anything, like how we do a game or a throw. For that. Oh, yes, no, let's do the community. I think is what that would be standard. Yeah. That's all possible. Okay, I love that. That's something that I have really intended. Coach, first name again? Travis made an observation. Share that with Travis.
One thing that I often observed Tyler doing was as you guys were doing the drill or the stakes made, the only comments that he made were the positive. He made a big decision to go to that, so he made the right pass, or always positive encouragement. I think these guys know what they do. Like when they made a mistake, they're already picked up. So we don't need to hear it again. But I think we're reinforcing the positive.
No, that's a great observation. And I'd say that goes back to the run by philosophy as well. Like, did these guys make more mistakes or more positive reasons? Way more mistakes, right? And so they know that. And if I was to hammer every mistake, we'd never get anything done. And everyone would be practiced being like, that sucks, man. It was the energy in there was so negative. And I think we all have been in practice like this, been this coach, I have as well, that if the majority of what you're saying is coach is negative, no one's having any fun, people are mad, and makes it worse as well, right? So I just said like, okay, if I can catch them doing something good, it's going to impact them way more. So remember, do you remember the name Luke Freedown? Okay, so I played high school basketball right now. Dad, Rob, and I was our high school coach. And I remember as a sophomore in high school, I was playing JV, still remember, like 45 years old. And Rob Ridnour, he was, you know, very well known, very good son of Luke Ridnour, right? Was watching Luke in the front row, and he was starting the freshman varsity. And I remember I did something on the court, you know, I was sad, I kind of was stuck in someone could cover the line this week. And the varsity coach Rob made our JV was called timeout, and he made the whole timeout about how smart my play was. I remember that to this day. He's like, and that's why he's dressed in varsity tonight. I'm like, yes, sir. Well, guess what I did for the rest of my basketball career? I'm guard two, right? And like, I don't remember any of the negative stuff that my coach told me that whole game. I remember what Rob told me, it changed the trajectory of my career, right? So that's what's kind of that set out to be. And I think it's really what is happening. Let's do this real quick because I want to get into a bunch of rapid fire games and lock that. Let's take a 2-minute break, bathroom, hydrate, and we'll get back to our seats. And then I'm gonna get you guys going up and down. Sound good? Sound good? Yeah. So, yeah, good. Yeah.
17s, is that what you're wanting?
Yeah,
Well, if you sound really funny, I could face it, they look the watch.
So how much?
I think when we play do something like that, keep him correct, because you stop everything. You're joking. That one player, you're the one. But I tell you, I put 105 on the clock, and they're all coach. Yeah, I don't want to think they it's just two ideas. They don't know the same thing. But our Davey, our Davey's gonna like It's not a tournament, it's more showcase and like individual games. So it's a 2 minute tournament.
Yeah. He's fucked. That's.
2 minute tournament. We did it.
Yeah, that's what I coached the team. Yeah. That was 16 team. I had a 2 minute tournament. See the teams not in the gym. That's so much fun. So whatever the I see them. Give a choice. I was in free throw. Or 16 rights. And then you go. Play the thing that. It's too like it's that what you're trying to do is get good at the games.
Oh, well, that's what happens when you do things that aren't so.
When you were surfing,
He's a cowboy. Well, cowboy. It's a cowboy.
oh, cowboy.
Exactly. Oh, it's yeah.
Yeah, like another thing that it's not.
That's even Brody. Brody gets still.
The other way.
Oh, yeah, bro.
I know what that.
Yes. No, that was not.
You know, so it's like.
I did not. Oh, it's like grabbing you by the feet. That's like this. I don't even look like get with it. I looked at him. He was going like this to inside.
I'm actually good. I used to jump in. Perfect state.
All right, squad, I know we don't have a lot of time. I want to be really quick with this. I want to show the whole system. So we got some games. This first game is called 2v2 Law. The outcomes are to get the ball at the corner. Squad.
Wait, begin the
Take them. All right, let's finish, gentlemen. Everybody knows one ball. One ball's on the outside line. You're objective here. One ball on the outside line. Your objective is to get the ball to jail and keep the ball to jail. You can win. And first individual 5 points wins. First individual 5 points wins. Here's your constraints. On offense, you only get one pass and one shot to score. On offense, this lane line is going to be out of bounds. First two guys to get this started, you guys are just going to pass the ball back and forth, running as fast as you can to have foot to stop. Go. Good ball. Have foot to stop. Here, let's stay tight to the sideline. You two are going to be on defense. You get to lead and pick up on defense as soon as they clear the top of the extended, right? And you're just picking up. Go ahead. Perfect. Once you get the ball here, the ball does have to get back to the outside line. From here, it's completely live 2v2 to the rim. If you cross that lane line, it's out of bounds. You get one pass and one shot to score. If you score, you can stay on offense. Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
If you don't score, you can go away. You guys got to do the same thing out. You don't have to restart at the baseline, get an outlet, touch the ball a whole bunch, get the ball to the outside and play. When they clear the 3-point line, you guys are on defense. Defense. What's your objective? Nope. What's your objective? Yes. We do not want to stop anyone. We don't want to keep anyone from shooting. I think that's a big difference with block left is we're never going to keep people from scoring. Let me tell you a quick story. My freshman year in college, I was so excited for my first practice. I was there early. I couldn't sleep the night before. And then I got to my first practice. My coach started talking. And guess what I was doing? I was flipping the ball back and forth while he was talking. And guess what he did? He kicked me out of practice and broke my heart. I don't want that to happen. Okay, so our goal on defense is not to keep them from scoring. Our goal is not to keep them from shooting. It's just to get the ball to jail. If we do that, that's our defined victory. Everything else is going to take care of itself. So you got to play in such a way. Where's Jail? So make the ball go there. Where are you going to do? Wherever you want. What are you going to do?
Make sure the ball gets there.
Love that. Ball's live. Okay. Off the keep. Go. Go. Five. Wait. Go.
And all that too.
All right, so here for past 5 moments. So what's working for us defense? What's allowing us to be successful and we're successful? What's that? I would agree. What's not working for us? When they get to the right hand, right? So what? How can we adjust our on-ball positioning to be more successful?
And on the right side.
Okay, so would you tell me right now? How do you like my position?
Great.
Okay, what would you like me to do?
But you're closer to what we're.
Okay, I actually think close to it. I actually disagree. I think most of you are getting beat because you're too close to them. I want you to keep a reactionary gap and keep a cushion, but I do want you to get higher. And if we define higher as closer towards half court, I want to keep this gap. I just want to get higher. Right? So now it's not great. Right? We close space as he goes to jail, just like a sheepdog or a sheep. Come back to the right. Give space. Right? Tap, 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 tap. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, we're starting up. There we go. Ball's like that. Back. Back.
It's right there.
Good. Very nice. Good.
But my way.
That's guy. That's guy. That's guy. You should be looking for the
2, 3.
One more step. One more step. Beautiful. Let's hold. A really good job. Don't pop that. Hero technique teaching, right? But we did trend away from letting them free. So I don't use the words right side and left side because most of the players I work with can't tell right from left anyway. And then they're turning both ways. I just use jail and free, right? You're in jail or you got free. We don't want to let people free. At the beginning, the ball was getting free regularly, right? By the end, you got free a little bit less. Coach, every single one of them needed your left hand, 2 foot, bump and body. Oh my goodness, right?
It went away.
It was, again, it's just we need more of it, right? So it shows us where we're at. So that would be, it's just a game, and we got better at what we were looking for, okay? What you're doing on the ball, we call locking the ball. All right, I'm going to teach slow game right now. Let me get my 4 best defenders in blue in the paint. Let me get everyone else up here in 4 lines at half court.
And that's already.
All right, Blake, so important to our leader. Rate your leadership on us being jealous of our time and getting to set up accurately and quickly. How would you rate yourself for doing that? Yeah, I think you're a much better leader than that. Yeah. So we're gonna do it again, gentlemen. I'm just gonna give you a redo. Let's all get back to this one. And so this, like, everyone do different things. Like, so this would be an example of at least how I would handle something that's below standard. How we set up that drill there would just be below standard for me. I usually give them a redo first, right? And if we can't change after we do multiple redos, then we're going to establish a consequence that we can agree on in advance. I don't think we're at the consequence stage. I think they're confused. We'll get our 4 best defenders in the paint and blue. We'll get everyone else in 4 lines across half court. And I forgot to tell you guys this. We'll actually start the ball in that line. Obviously, there's one extra space behind the line. All right, we call this flow game. Flow game. Perfect. All right, here's how we take our flow game. Let's get to 4 lines. 4 lines. Perfect. Let's get you outside the circle so we have nice space and good. Everybody up here on the offense has to touch the ball. You guys are going to be on defense every single time. We're going to keep them on defense, going back to my 3 rep minimum rule. Let's go to play this game to 5-by-1s and 2s. Every time you get a stop, you get 1 point. Every time you score, you get a 1 or 2. Make sense? Perfect. We got to reset this thing and get the any spot you want. Ball clicks. As soon as you click point, 1 moves. I don't know what that is. Click. You can flip sticks. Click. Good. Float space and your left. Okay. So, I'm so excited to play. Rewind. Good. Nice. Now, many of our lock left teams, like we have pro team, we have an Indonesian pro team running lock left all the way down to youth programs. I think we had like 25 state champions running lock left last year. I think we're at like 15 Division I programs. Everyone makes lock left look a little different, like their own. Some teams tag up in the lock left. Some teams don't tag up in the lock left. The way that I install lock left, and I find that teams pick it up quickest, and then you can get to creativity outside of this, is with this constraint of roles. Who's my best on-ball defender? Out of four? Derek, you are? Okay, so you're my role. Okay, so this is the role. So just like you want offensive mismatches, I want defensive mismatches. And I want my best on-ball defender to be on their ball handler as often as possible, right? And so, anyway, we'll get into how we get into this or not. So your job is to find the other team's point guard. Guess who the point guard can be every single time? Whoever's in that balance will cheat. I like my role at the very minimum, so we get to the middle of the floor, and we want to pick up as early as possible, same thing you're talking about, Luke. So you're going to be the wolf. Stand there for now. Who is my best rim protector? Get to the wall. Okay, so you're going to max from the wall, and we do not want to help from the perimeter lock left. We only want to help from the wall. We don't help from the perimeter at all. We only fake help from the perimeter. We call it a skirmish. We only want to help from the wall. And wall, I don't want you to leave the smile to help. If they want to pull up anywhere outside of the smile, like straight area, like this white line, your help only comes from here. We're be contesting when we're chasing the wall. And it's at the wall, no knives, and no like. No, you're going to have to match up with somebody. The person with the low man or the person with the ball. Here. So you're going to start in what we call a gap. Hey, I like to put my point guard, my racker in the gap. If the wolf does his job and puts the ball to jail early and cross half on the left, you're going to be on the ball side gap. I like my point guard here because they're usually smart. They're a really good communicator. They can quarterback this later. You're going to get my side for a while. What do you want? He's that block, right? So he's going to be my lock, right? So your job is to pick up this trailer to make sure that you don't allow all the balls. Does that make sense? All right, good. You guys have to match up in his man to man. We're trying to get the ball to it. Hold on. Go. So let's do this. Let's have all this here so we can get it out. You don't get the line. So good. The ball's moving fast. The ball's moving fast. Good. Good. I'm sure this. Three. Now we're going to go and teach you. Rewind there. Just hope where the ball is. So gap right now, there wasn't anyone this side of the court for you to match up with. So what I would actually just do is I would drop. And if they came through, that's when they know what they're going to follow with that. Okay, it doesn't matter what shape it's in. Personality, you're going to adapt to their shape. Now, where do we want the ball? Jam. Okay, so can you get outside? Can you hold it real quick? So would we rather have the ball here or there? Okay, so where would you stand? Perfect. So that we don't teach position. We just teach a principle. We would rather have the ball there. Where would you stand? Would we rather have the ball there or there? Where would you stand? Okay, I think we need to do something a little different. I think to squeeze the ball more and still encourage the pass that. Yeah, right. So we will not help from here, but we will fake help from here. So this is more traditional backline type positioning in the gap. But if the ball does come, you are not helping. You're skirmishing and you're hunting that pass.
Yeah.
Is the help's only coming from there.
Yeah.
But we want you to squeeze early. You're leaning towards passes. In any defensive system, you can't contest everything, right? You contest passes, contest dribbles, contest shots. In the lock left, the thing that we want to contest is passes. Right? We want to hunt pass where we want to generate our turnovers. Turnovers generated off stolen passes have a higher effective field goal percentage in transition than steals or even shot block. So we want to sell out. Our goal to make every catch a dribble is we want to make him going down. We want to make him make a decision, playing fast as we can on the move with multiple people flying at him and help only coming from the wall. We want to put him in that decision over and over and over again. They don't get to run a ball screen, they don't get to run a get, they don't get to run anything else. That's what we're trying to do. All right, rewind to the top of this button. Two ball. 2-2. Go. Nice. Now, so we observe you identifying an issue. Okay, so good job starting on the ball. The next step for you on the ball is to actually get a matchup. So we are demanding, if your man does catch the ball, you do have to leave the ball in guard. And someone else is good for the ball. It's just traditional helps up. So right now, he's kind of saying, yeah, you guys are all flying around as you doing so. And teams Cameron zone out a lot left as well. That's fine. Guy Vanessa, but you want to make sure that you get a matchup. And the only time that we leave our matchup is in the switch. Okay? That's the only time that we leave our matchup switch. Our helm's coming from the wall. It's 4-2 off. All 5. 4-2 off. Good. Really good. Hey, so that was your match. When he pulled what? Does that make sense? All right, beautiful. Blue, you guys get to go on offense. Great. You can go on defense. One of you gets to go to blue and stay on offense at once. You guys can What do you want defense? So now we're gonna have one straight. So who's our wall? We're gonna start on defense. Good. You got the wall. You got our lock. You got our gap right here. Perfect. So here's the one constraint. Offense. You must get a dribble handoff before you score. You must get a dribble handoff before you score. Okay. Defense. Here's another base rule we teach in the lock left. We're switching everything. All right, so hard now you got to talk with switching everything. You got it? All right, we'll play 5 again. Ball stop. Here we go. On to that. Nice opportunistic trap, that's fine. But right now, I don't want you to go and run into traps. We want to try to stay back unless we switch. So we are going to match up. We are in the end to man. Okay? And we're going to switch. Like, I got 14, I got 14. That's your player. You got to stay quick unless they just switch them all. We still 0-0? All right, here we go. Hold on. Good, that's one. Now, I don't know who's pre-guard corner. You help them drive there, right? Don't get that. Okay, so we want no help on drive. We would rather get something contested at the rim than a wide open off the catch three. Right? On offense, we want 9s and 7s. Open rim, open 3. On defense, we don't want to give up 9s and 7s. We would rather give up something contested with our wall right here than give up that 7. So you're just fake helping get back, make sure that it's I got like Get back. Much better. Much better. Much better. Very good. Very good. Beautiful. That was a great defensive possession. That was a shot at the rim, but it was off of 1 foot, off balance, and contested, which generally generates about 0.6 points per possession, right? Whereas an open off the catch three is generating over 1 point per possession. That's the type of shot that we want. So as we know, because of our players, they will very willingly take any sort of a drive in any sort of shot they can get. So we're baiting them into it. Common question I get is, oh, what if you play a lefty? One of our teams in Michigan, they won a state championship 2 years ago. The first year they ran lock left, they ran into a team that started 4 lefties in the first round of districts. His name's David Klein. And DK's like, he called me and was like, Tyler, lock left was working great for us, but all my assistants going to change it. And I'm like, don't change it. You've been working on it all year long. We were talking about this. You were working on it all year long. His assistants went out, they changed it to rock right. They put everyone right. They were down 20 at halftime because everyone was confused, right? They went back to lock left. They still lost, but it was closer. And he's like, I'll never do that again. I actually like locking lefties left in the Navarro left. When I lock a lefty left, guess what he is going to do? He's going to go. He's like, give me what I want. They aren't running their stuff. They're going to be forcing early, hopefully poor decisions, right? So anyway, that's kind of our answer to that. What time we got, Coach? 56. Oh heavens. Okay, here we go. Last one. I'm going to show you. Okay, let's do it like this. Are you good to move? Yeah. All right, good. You're on great team. I love it. All right, I would call this a small sided game as well. And we talked about constraints. We're going to volleyball 5-on-5 to 5 full court. You guys have to have a 30-second conversation. There's 5 wolves. Let me put the blue team in it. Blue team, you're defending right here. Give me my wolf right here in half court. Give me my gap over there. Give me my lock over there. Give me my wall for rim. Give me my nail. Perfect. So this looks like a 1-2-1. Most teams that run lock left, the opposing coach thinks it's a zone, and they run their zone stuff against it. It can be anything you want, but we just match up out of this. Now, you're probably from the nail, you have to match 2 legal 5. You're going to match the first player for the ball. You should be a rim runner, a coach player, a post player, or you might have to also match up to the opposite side. You are going to find a match. But in transition, if you want to stack the middle of the floor so we can get the ball in jail, you're going to pick it up early. 5-on-5 to 5-by-1s to 2. Anyone scored off a right drive, game over. 5-on-5 to 5-by-1s to 2. So if anyone scores off a right-handed drive, game over there. Was that? Oh, 5-on-5.
It's up again.
Beautiful. So I would call this a small-sided game as well, just because it's constrained. Even though it is 5-on-5. That's just my definition of it. You guys want to call first?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you have to talk. Okay, so you're the wolves in order. Wolf. Yeah, you can name it. Or nail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Talk to each other and figure out what you guys are. So this is the hardest part for teams. Once players can master a role, then they can play any role. And throughout the defensive possession, they will have to play multiple roles. But the more that we can get the ball to the left-hand side of the floor early and get the ball to jail early and get them to drive early and they don't run a lot of actions, they really don't have to operate out their roles very much. And this guy gets really good thing, and that guy gets really good doing that thing, and we keep our best rim protected at the rim a lot, and with switching 100% of things, he doesn't have to leave the wall very much, is what was better. All right, balls in. Go. What? Keep the ball. I'm not. Let's rewind back here. So once you're matched up, you're matched up. You're not chasing the ball. So ball's right back here. So this is your player. You're matched. We're matched. We're all matched. Now, it doesn't matter what role you were in transition. Once you're matched up, we're all playing defense. Your job is to make every catch and dribble. And on Walt's job, whoever's at the low point, you're making them dribble pass, and we're not helping from anywhere else. Right? I like your position right now because we would rather have the ball here than there. There. So stand in such a way to make the ball go there. Would we rather have the ball here than there? Yeah, so I would stand in position to get. And so this would be where I would teach deny, but I personally teach you open stance deny, not closed stance. From old school, I teach open right here, and I love to give them back doors because most players can't make that pass. Full stop. There you go. So, just for the coach watching, let's freeze real quick. That backdoor catch, I like that for us defensively because it created the chaos that we're looking for. And we ended up getting a turnover out of it. The thing we don't want is we don't want to allow the other team to set it up and run their play. That's what they practice. We just want to create chaos. And ideally, we create that chaos on a left-handed drive where they're going to be a little less effective in their vision and with their passing. We'll see one more possession, then we'll do a question and get out of here. You're live, B. Let's go. You know, that's let's go. Great job, gentlemen. Stop it up. Great job. Thank you guys. Great job. All right, I know we are at time. If everybody can just write this down real quick on their note, lockleft.com. Lockleft.com. Go to lockleft.com, put in your email. I'll send you the 10-page PDF, the whole thing for free. I think there's a couple of videos in there. Just go there and check it out. Also, I'll have you guys write down my email if you're ready. I'll give you a little bit of time. Lockleft.com. And then if there's anything I can do to help you, I live in Gilbert. Now, if you ever want to talk more or anything I can do to help you, send me an email. It's Tyler, Tyler, at Savvy Coach, SAVI coach.com. Tyler at savvycoach.com. Awesome. I know it's been a long day. Let me just see if there's any real quick questions. We can barely scratch the surface of it. My intent is twofold. I will give you questions. One, I want to introduce the concept of the Savvy method and how to apply it to running more small-sided games. Regardless of what you run offensively or defensively, I hope that served you because I really believe that it will. Second, I just want to give you an idea of applying principle-based teaching to a defensive system, the lock left. At the high school level, I truly believe that the lock left is an absolute cheat code, and I think every coach should try it at least to run it. But at the end of the day, any defensive system you run, use small-sided games to try to make it better. What questions, if any of you have, real quick before we go home? Yeah.
How are you teaching guys to guard that left side baseline drive in the 45 foot?
Beautiful.
Like that's what I would look. If I know someone plays lock left,
Yeah.
I'm gonna they're gonna push you left. We're ripping and we're jumping out of bounds and kicking corner, or we're hitting our 45 foot.
Perfect. Yeah. So twofold. One, when the ball does get to jail, that is the one tweak we no longer want to make it dribble. Once the ball gets to jail, we're squaring up here. We're going to keep it here. But we still are going to get some baseline drives for sure. So we have to guard that, but we're not sending it here. Two, whenever the ball does get to jail, we shift it to overload. It's actually layer 8. We front 100% of the post. So if there is a strong side post or weak side, when we go to overload, the wall player is coming all the way outside of the paint into an overload, just in case they do. So we're actually getting that drive a lot earlier than a lot of other baseline drives. And then on this one, the nail is dropping, is wedging, and we're picking up 2 on the top side there. So that's the one rotation that we do have to guard against. And because we're trying to get the ball to jail, this is the pattern that we're going to get into the most. So it's really the only rotation we really have to work on is when we go here and drop and cover 2. But that's how we cover it. That would be something that we would run in I would call a small-sided game. I'd do it 4-on-4 with a lock start, and we would start getting the ball to jail every single time. So right in that overload, we would give the baseline drive and play right out of it. Right. So I would call that a small-sided game with good strength. And I think that's a great example. Anything that you want to get better at, just constrain the start. I call it a locked start. They have to, just like we did with the dribble handoff, they had to unlock the ability to shoot by getting the thing. If we want to learn how to guard dribble handoffs, lock the offense into having to run dribble handoffs. If we want to get better at that situation, lock that as the start of the situation. We'll get better at it. Yeah, really good question. Yeah.
So you're switching 100% of the actions on or off the ball. Everything's a switch.
That's my default, and then make your personnel decisions. Like you might have a big that you don't want to do that. You want to keep them in drop coverage on a ball screen or whatever. But that's just what I found. It keeps us always in the ball handler, making them to the left.
So like again, how would you keep that?
Yeah. Well, first off, I wouldn't want to allow the pass to that high post or that seal. So that would be like full fronting. I'd rather than try to throw a lob over top to the rim than give up that pass. That's actually like gets or high post entries or center or point series is probably one of the hardest things for the lock left to guard. When they do get the ball in the middle of the paint or the high post area, really, really hard. So we combat that by trying to go one step before and saying we're not even going to allow that entry by going full front on it and making the ball handler a dribbler and not a passer. Once it does get into there, we would go full switch on it. So we would lock and trail the cut, and we would just have the guy guarding the handoff guy step up, and we go and top block that roll and have the wall stay for y'all. So we just try to create a lot of chaos because I think the one benefit of get action is it does bring a lot of players into the paint, right? And so it's a little bit easier for us because we don't have to guard quite as much space and we can kind of overload the paint. But it's a great action. It's a lot better. Yeah.
How do you gear up like your? So on one side of the floor, you deny,
Correct. And on the other side, get more in gaps. Just pushing everything. I guess this is obsolete because you're switching everything. But let's say, like a pick and roll situation is word tag. How do you teach closeouts in that? Like,
Yeah.
one side is.
Yeah, so the deny side, especially where open stance deny, it's like, man, the ball gets over there, you're out of position, you can't close the ball,
Right.
right?
I tried this one year a long time.
Yeah.
This was the hardest thing.
This is the hardest thing. So here again is the answer. Just don't get into that situation,
Yeah, just.
right? Yeah, like don't get into that situation. Like don't even allow that pass in a 100% switch. Because if I have to recover, I'm so far out of position, I got no chance.
So pick and roll coverages don't really align.
Yeah, so for pick and roll, so we call it weak and switch. So I actually find it simple because on ball we do the same thing every single time. Whether there's a screen right or a screen left on the ball, we're sending it either away or over and chasing it, right? And then my default on pick and roll actually is blitz. So we'll switch everything, but pick and roll we're actually going to full blitz because that kind of plays into the identity that I like to play with, which is let's just create chaos and make them make a decision at speed. Just like I think you were saying, high school players, you were saying you make them play fast, bad things happen. They have to slow down, right? And so that's the whole goal of block left, make them play fast, create chaos. And if we practice chaos all season long, and they're practicing a really nice and tidy offense, if we can create a chaos game, we might win. Similar to what we're trying to do with run set, right? Yeah.
You ever run cutthroat with Clark? I'm teaching lock club principles.
Still good, yeah. And then that's the reason they might get kicked off or whatever if they don't do the thing you're asking them to do. I love that. Yeah, love it. Cool. Well, I know it's late. I really appreciate your attention. Gentlemen, I love coaching you guys. You're super attentive. Yeah, really appreciate it. Have a good one.
Real quick, guys, before we get out of here, thank you, Tyler, for coming in. Thank everybody that was part of this tonight. I think this is an awesome thing that we would like to continue. West Foothills guys, awesome job tonight. Thank you so much. For allowing us to use this facility and lending us your guys tonight to help out with this. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, the games, the competition. But I hope everybody could take one or two things. I mean, at these coaching clinics are so much, and obviously we can't absorb it all. But man, if you could take a couple things and just take that back to your teams and get better, man, it's a huge win for not just you as a coach, but for everybody. And you know, the guys that survive in this profession, that advance, they're the guys that I think Coach Tyler said it. The guys that are open-minded, that are willing to try new things, that know that they don't know it all. And can take the new things that you learn and bring them back to your teams. Those are the guys that thrive in advance. So again, thank you so much for being here. Looking forward to tomorrow, 9 a.m. or starting at 9 a.m. out at Estancia. If I could have everybody just grab a couple chairs and put them on the chair rack right there, and then the tablecloths at your tables, if you could just put them here in this box, this bucket, and then the tables are going to go right over there, and we'll get you out of here so you can we'll see you tomorrow in the morning. Thank you guys. Thanks for coming.
Hey, Jersey. But I mean, the Jersey bag and the thing, I'll watch everything tonight. The building one. They would do it. Hey, let's get you guys a food trust week. So, if you're tops and bottom, they get them all. Yeah. Oh, let you know. It's 6:30. Either 6:30. Maybe at 5:30. Huh? Yes, I'm done. Oh, you gotta work that. Oh, you gotta work in your so you get there like. I'm gonna work on it. We'll be up for that.
It's like 30.
Yeah, Brandon, it's like 20 minutes. I'm not telling him. No, don't do that. They're taking a test a little bit. My dad has a lot. Help me up. I'm gonna be like.
I see you tomorrow. I could be out that.
Wait, what do you see again? Man? You get don't drop me, man. So be that's my first get.
I'm getting involved. Look like I used to.
We'll see y'all. You need, you know, yeah, like I gotta get. I think you're probably, yeah, yeah. Get reading lane. Okay. Yeah, I've got.
Yeah, we. I'll switch on the correct side.
Okay, now.
Our concept with it was like,
Wait, is it crap?
it's roughly. I was like, no, next time. Next for chips. We could only, you know, just chaos.
Yeah, over sure. Yeah, I did that. So give it. What's, you know, we're. I want you're right. Yeah, they can play characters. Well, they almost like it. Yeah, they're like, oh, you want me to play ones? I love playing ones. I'm really good at what it needs. And when we go like, this is we went what? And the whole idea was just like they bought us that the shooter had to come in. Came right here. And you got to throw that back to it like that. Yeah. So we just started less about over about dictators. Just get them going straight. Yeah. I don't know how much. Have you ever looked at Smart? Yeah, the Carlton. Yeah. So I keep coaching with him in the national championship, but I still a player in Canada. Also, that's where the first thing. Yeah, I had to play against me, and I had like worse. We have a very hallway. So what we did is we took a except the law, but start off like we could get that almost like we wanted, but when we showed them on film and all, I was paused based off they got balls. And they told people 1, 2, 2. You go, what are they? No, because you got high on the beat. Yes, so you can't. So they were like set up and that up. We're never guarding a person. Point, you're playing ball pressure. Don't be jealous. Gap, we have to get the middle so we were gap. So they priority all cycle. They priority protect the new and then get it. Skill. Yeah, so we started doing this. We started first, because they don't see it. They messed up what coaches want to run. They thought it was man. He started running. You didn't run it this year? I don't know if you like that. Oh, you did right there. You did. Okay, that's
awesome. Pizza.
When I take it home.
This guy,
It's hard.
John Stinger, Jerry Sloan of Fidelity.
Let's do once again.
Let's take a picture with I'll send it to you. Let's take a picture.
Now Thank you, guys. We started playing those sexual details. Terrible, especially and that's why he's going to traffic. So it's like the ball, we're tripping. He's like, you're trapped. You're trapped. My coach is like, there's no way to stop it. No, don't let this keep doing it. We started playing things. But even though I got chat. He's not as good, but it's even more with the skill. That's my. The rest is sweet. It's like, oh my gosh. You're just putting up that equation.
Yeah. I was gonna say you did that by giving you your email.
Put the cones in the very back. You know, it's together. On top of the path. The air will.
Thanks, Jake. No.
God, Jerry, where you going, bro? Coach D. Yeah, so you just put that on top of the ball cage. And then put the ball cage back.
And we're already.
Yeah.
When the ball is in the middle of third. Right?
No.
It's looking coach.
Thank you so much.
Santa Barbara, and then there's like, I think Jay went to.
Use fitness. My idea of life.
And it's.
The pain, like, yeah.
Yeah. You know what happened? Yeah. Oh, they said,
There's one info locked up. No, it's not. Nice to meet you, though. Yes, absolutely. We'll be in touch. You want a voice club too? No, right now it's still. We're gonna do them in
Yeah.
Like that's. Where you from? Oh, yeah. Down here. Talking about, still don't know.
Still the post.
So, shout out.
So Bill was the guy, he said, what is order? We have one. I just think it's. There you go. That is a mistake. Women had which is problem. He loved that. And he likes to. Yeah. Just like. But he just, I think this, I think that's what that. I think that's how he. And actually, you know what? We got a funny story. You gotta take, but.
So we can sort for about
40 college games.
I'm sorry, tell these guys, tell them.
Yeah, so usually one.
Yeah, great little, whack cars, team one year.
Right now, so yeah, like it's manager, standard membership, access to all. So a premium will break down your family.
None of them buy art today.
I know. But just pay for it. So you get the, but this is like an old guard of San Diego. I'm just going through the demonstration. The first day we dropped like a leaf. And I'm over here telling my Irish shot with my truck. This is what I do. It's furrow and furrow. Singing how to wave is something changed, right? And 15 just the fact. They're like, you know, I said, don't hold the name. One line, close all. Get inside. Usually yellow people say, hurry up, make a free throw. The beer's getting warm. What's up, Carlson? There's Carlson, an assistant coach Ben Howell, and they follow Santa Barbara. So there's an assistant UCLA, assistant AD. Carlson, the shoe deals. Come on, Carlson. Do spends for the day. The beer's getting cold. Those are different.
Remember, I know.
Oh, that's not. He's still playing.
Somewhere, I'm afraid, yes.
My dad's really good about keeping track of all the English stuff, you know, like such like that. I don't know.
Reggie Bush.
Well, Alex and Reddick, so they have to walk in his class, and there's one like the whole end of the day, all the time in the class, all the time. Pretty good. So there's no rest. That's all. That's all. Make the ball there. Don't recall was a senior, he had those twins at Robinson, so yeah, they were just take you up right now, we go, what offense you want? So that's where you, that's about 46 points. One of those, once you didn't have CIF, by the way. So they just lost by 26 points, it's over, he got a copy guy, so I go back, they just take it up for them. So go to play, no, probably these twins before the whole game, football. So I don't care, so. Big Bird, the guys off the team after that. There's some teams that can't play. Some teams you just have that two guys coach you do like that's the whole student like performance dance and doing like this. Yeah, it's softly now. We want performance and it's going to take steroids. Smoking externally. And played Stone.
Not that much.
You know, you went from being there, they said about 18, 2 weeks later, we'll be about 3. And everybody said that, oh, they go. So, Jason Sean, now, he's getting married. I went to some games by far. You know, we're going to put that yoga with. Yeah, so he goes to class. Did you play something? So I
Like I'm leading in the corner of that, and then against the ball, publicly, break out this stuff, but also like.
That's great. So trouble, push it, so we'll stay there.
I love that. The advertisements too. So they're sitting, okay, and he's sitting on there, sitting, he's like, oh,
I see the same thing, I don't say, it's like, it's walking there, you know, stuff.
I worked over, so the position, I think, so not the best. I got first class, so I was wondering, he's all like,
My hand, like that, like, there's some baseball, get in here, some of them.
I was asked to move the wall in and out of the and then get overloaded into that, yeah. I mean, it's way to the ball. So we easily built on that.